the 10th Browns sack of the day. And there is your Vegas goodbye.
I'll give it to you. Let's give you the guarantee, Gary, on this one. They're going to win this game.
I think they're going to win by at least a touchdown.
I will never trust my gut again if Shedeur doesn't look good in this game.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder today in for Nick Wilson. We have Jax Gregory on the board.
Yes.
We have Jake Murrin running the YouTube stream in the back, doing everything with producing. We have a big show for you guys today. Nathan Zagura, as always, at 4:40 because Daryl's here today. We won't have Daryl at 3:20. We'll just have you all day long. Is that okay?
From 3:20 to 5 hours sold.
And Daryl's brought to you by our friends over there at Shop & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, how are we doing today?
I'm good. I got the Shafever going today. Little disappointed. You are not in the 12 jersey. Massive fail on you. He's never winning his first NFL game ever again.
Yeah, no, that's right.
You totally missed the boat.
I didn't miss the boat. If I wore the jersey every time someone's like, wear the jersey, I'd never take the jersey off.
But so what? Then get a second and a third one.
So here's the problem with this, okay, is because my
different uniform combinations.
I'm kind of upset that today it feels like everyone's walking around with the energy of a dead guy today, okay? They're not celebrating Shedeur in a proper way, in the proper, at least context that I feel like this should be celebrated.
Am I missing something?
No, I'm here to I want to do a 5-hour celebration, Daryl.
Well, I feel like it's been somewhat celebratory
I felt like
today.
The morning show, I think they did the Super Bowl, Super Browns, and then they got into an argument over success rate for an hour. And if you're arguing Shedeur Sanders and success rate, I feel like you're missing the plot here.
You know what the success rate is? They won the game!
They won. Not only did they win the game, Daryl, Shedeur Sanders became the first Browns rookie to win since 1995.
Eric Zeiger!
You blow out the Raiders, and Shedeur's throwing dots across the field. Shedeur is looking awesome, but the Browns are winning games again. We don't have many opportunities to celebrate these things. This needs to be a 5-hour celebration, Daryl. Can we make it a 5-hour celebration? Daryl, I want to go ahead and get a 5-hour boom! We need to get this thing going, Daryl. We need to keep the people going. 5 hours of Shedeur and the Browns. You got what you asked for. Is it just 1 week? Yes, it's just 1 week. Do we know what this is going to mean long term? Of course we don't know what this is going to mean long term. But this is a celebration, Daryl.
I like how you shot that in my direction. I have all the confetti. You have none of the
This is going to be a pain in the butt for me to clean up, and I know that. I understand it's going to be an absolute pain for me to clean up.
Well, I'm going to spend 5 hours cleaning up my work area and throwing the confetti in your direction so you can celebrate.
This is a celebration of the highest order. He was fantastic. Now, yes, was there meat left on the bone? Of course there was. But he did what they asked him to do, and he got the win. We have been starved for wins. Leave your success rate nonsense at the doorstep. Leave QBR at the doorstep. I don't care about that stuff. Did you have a quarterback that looked like they knew what they were doing? The answer is yes. Not only should he play in San Francisco, he should be the quarterback for the rest of the season. Stefanski coming out today saying he gets San Francisco, though, at a minimum, which is going to enrage me because I know how this is going to go down.
Listen,
now he's got to sing for his supper every single time he has a game. Is that how this goes?
He could have waited till Wednesday to do this. I want to know, what have they done with Kevin Stefanski? He never wants to...
You were surprised by this. In the pre-show meeting, I think you thought that this was going to come a little bit later.
I wasn't shocked at the decision to stick with Shedeur this week against the 49ers.
We got paper everywhere. It's paper absolutely. Jax, did that look all right? Was that fine?
Yeah, I jumped a little bit, honestly. I wasn't expecting that.
I wasn't expecting it either. I see him pull this thing out of his bag, and I'm like, what's he about to do? And then he popped it, and I'm like... I jumped too. There's probably a video of me like jumping as well.
But I hope that's the best part.
I am. It probably is now. Let's. For the folks on the socials, I'm taking photos of the aftermath that I'm going to post.
Not as much on the ground as I thought would be, so that's nice for the cleanup aspect of this all. That's going to be nice.
It's very colorful in here all of the sudden.
Well, it is a celebration, Daryl.
It is, and it should be. Look, you got to go back to '95. He's the first rookie quarterback in the expansion era to win his starting debut. All the folks are well, Baker won his first game. He came in relief against the Jets. Tyrod Taylor started that game. Like, let's be factually accurate. Shedeur started the game. He finished the game, played very well. Look, I will say this, and I mentioned this on the postgame YouTube that I do with Andy Baskin after every game. Look, he did plenty to earn This is not I don't want to just see Dillon Gabriel, which, by the way, that is, I will concede that is a big part of it. I would rather see Jonathan Peterlin play quarterback for the Cleveland Browns.
I don't want that. I don't want that job.
Dillon Gabriel, and nobody wants to see that. But he earned it. He earned it with the way he played yesterday. The thing that I was most impressed with is you didn't see him just running around. Like we saw him do that in the preseason a little bit.
We saw him stepping into plays.
Yes, he was stepping up into the pocket, was only sacked one time. He was moving to his left. He was moving to his right. He wasn't retreating from the line of scrimmage. To me, that was the most impressive aspect of that game for me. Oh, by the way, for the folks who are like, well, it's the Raiders. And listen, Dillon Gabriel lost to the freaking New York Jets.
Right.
The 66-yard touchdown pass to Dylan Sampson, by the way, standing ovation, Dylan Sampson.
Nice job by Dylan Sampson.
Did not know he had that extra gear in him.
And that's one thing I want to bring up, too, is like the idea that when it was Corley and Dillon Gabriel overshot him, everyone...
That's my point.
You can't look at these things like, oh, well, that's a basic bubble screen. You can't get credit for that. It's like, to hell, you can't get credit for that.
Dillon Gabriel threw that ball to the bench.
Yeah, it was almost amazing how those lined up and the similarities between the two plays, and how we just have this stark comparison 2 weeks after the fact, and one is completing the passes and one wasn't.
Yeah, so again, he earned this. This is not a by default situation. And by the way, Dillon Gabriel is out of concussion protocol according to Kevin Stefanski. So that's another aspect.
Got real worried. I think a lot of us did. The idea that it didn't matter what happened on Sunday, that Shedeur was going to end up not being able to keep that job. I'm happy that at least Stefanski had cooler heads prevail when it came to this.
Yeah, well...
he let the obvious speak for itself. I mean, he would have got slaughtered if he hadn't put Shedeur out there, but he let the obvious speak for itself. Shedeur does something for this offense that Dillon Gabriel just can't.
Here's the other part of this, too. I don't know, did Kevin Stefanski have a meeting last night or this morning? With some people?
I don't know. I mean, I want your take on that, too. Like, what do you think he met with? He didn't do it at the podium because he wanted to go ahead and meet with everyone first? Or is it because he was trying to protect the idea he didn't want to fire Dillon Gabriel through the podium? Because there's a lot of coaches. I saw that going around.
He fired him through Zoom today.
I was going to say, there's a lot of coaches that'll just do that anyway. Like, they don't care across the NFL when they find out, who finds out, none of that. That's like the new corporate thing. You fire people on Zoom now. Is that just because no one's going to the office? Is that why that is?
I think that's part of it.
Oh, you're right. That's the new corporate thing. Right. I'd be very depressed if I got fired through Zoom. But maybe it's because I go to work every day. If I didn't go to work every day, maybe that would just be my reality. It's not personal, though. I hate that. Absolutely hate that. But so you think he met with somebody? You think he met with Andrew Berry, who, by the way, his reaction was one of what you would expect if you were to have bet on Shedeur the way that he did? I thought his reaction, he looked like a proud papa. Did he really
bet on Shedeur, though? Like, come on now.
He looked like a proud papa right there.
Did he really bet on Shedeur?
For the longest time, I had made the case, or at least wondered out there if it was Haslam that had made the pick, or if it was Andrew Berry that had made the pick. Last week, we had the Stephen A. Smith report that suggested that it was, in fact, Andrew Berry that had made the call on that. After watching his reaction to yesterday and how that all went down, I'm led to believe that Stephen A. was right in that assessment. Because, he seemed like the type of person that made a massive swing and bet on Shedeur, and it was paying off in a big way.
Yeah, listen, I think that if you paint Kevin Stefanski into a corner, he'd probably say he would say it's his decision, but the reality is, I'm pretty sure that was an organizational decision. Let's be honest about it. I think that was an organizational decision. You think
he still would have gone with Dillon Gabriel this next week?
No, I don't think he would have still gone with him.
You got to be a bird brain in order to go and think that. Not saying you're the bird brain. I'm saying like for Stefanski to think that like Dillon Gabriel offers something. Like I don't understand what you'd be holding on to Shedeur for.
Me neither. Have you not watched Dillon Gabriel for 6 weeks like I have?
That's part of the problem. And I think this happens a lot with our Browns discussions. It's like, what would the Browns do versus what we would do? Like you're not suggesting that they shouldn't do anything but put Shedeur Sanders out there, especially after what we saw on Sunday. But I do wonder with a lot of people out there if they're thinking what you're thinking right now is that if it was up to Stefanski, it'd still be Dillon Gabriel, and today would have been, well, thanks for filling in, Shedeur, but this is Dillon's job now.
Right.
Which would have been a crime.
And the other thing, too, is Dillon has done nothing to earn that.
Right.
Shedeur earned the start against the 49ers with his play. And here's the other thing. The energy with the team, like after the 52-yard completion to Bond, did you see the reaction from Myles Garrett in the bench after that?
Oh, he was thrilled.
They were all like, oh, so that's That's what an explosive play looks like.
You had hope, Daryl. You had hope. The whole thing with this offense that we've had to watch, making our eyes bleed for the Dillon Gabriel experience.
You know what we have right now? We have Shahope.
Shahope. Well, call it whatever you want. Put whatever Shah in front of it that you want to go ahead and put in front of it. But we finally have it, and that's a beautiful thing. And I listen, I don't know that it's going to be anything that is long-lasting. He's going to have the San Francisco game. I hope Shedeur realizes that with this San Francisco game, you're on the same clock that you were on last 100%. Week as well.
Yeah, it's a week-to-week audition.
It's a week-to-week audition. And listen, I'd love to be able to say that you have it for the rest of the season and you get that job and nobody can take it from you. But the reality is that they are waiting for you to trip up. And they're waiting to go ahead and give the ball back to Dillon Gabriel. Yep. You have to keep doing what you did on Sunday, which makes it impossible to give them the ball to Dillon. And you just have to keep doing that.
Yeah, play keep away. Make them take it from you. And he certainly didn't do that yesterday. He had one mistake in that game. He had one critical mistake in that game, and luckily they played the Raiders, and it didn't bite him in the backside.
Yeah, what Albert Breer described, throwing it into a team meeting.
Right. Right. Pretty good description.
It's not a bad description.
And look, 11 to 20, the numbers don't light you up.
No. That's why I said before this week.
Net passing yardage is the most they've had since week 2.
Daryl, I said before this week, I had to put my scouting hat on, okay? The hat is fake, the scouting is real, okay? I'm not a box score jockey with this one. None of that nonsense. How did it look? Did the offense look like it was moving down the field? Check mark. Did he make some big plays? Check mark. Did Isaiah Bond start to look like maybe there's something there? How about this offensive line, by the way? We left this offensive line for dead, and rightfully so. And now all of a sudden the offensive line can start to play a little bit. The run game has some life to it. That's the best play I've seen Sampson make in his entire NFL career. Yeah. Harold Fannin making all sorts of plays, especially the one to get the first down.
Yes.
I don't think it's an accident that people around Shedeur Sanders get better around Shedeur Sanders.
They want to fight for him.
I just refuse. Yeah, I just refuse to think that's an accident. And I'm not going to take it as far as being like, that's why Travis Hunter won a Heisman. No, Travis Hunter's got a lot of skill and a lot to him, right? He never looked better than when he was with Shedeur. Deion Sanders never looked better as a coach than when he was with Shedeur. I'm convinced that Shedeur makes people better around him. Does it mean he's going to be the second coming? Well, no. We got a lot of football left, and that's a lot to be determined.
Hey,
there's a lot of people that make people better. That then there's a ceiling to this whole thing. But right now, the early returns, you have to feel good about that offense looking night and day. But more importantly, the people around Shedeur playing their very best games we've seen all season long. That's not an accident.
I'm ready to call the dude in Lakewood and get the bust ready to go. Get the sculptor here. Let's get it rolling.
I think you want me to do that.
Get the seamstress ready. Fit him for the yellow jacket. Here we go.
We're building the Shedome.
We're building the Shedome in Brook Park. The
house that Shedeur built.
The house that Shedeur.
No. I have to make sure I temper that down because I've done sports radio long enough to know there's highs and lows to all of this. Last week was a low.
You brought a confetti cannon with you today.
This week feels like a high. Well, with the idea, I just didn't love people's energies. I didn't love people's energy. That was a great game. It was an awesome performance. They blew the Raiders out of the water, and people are walking around like The Walking Dead. Instead of doing this, legendary, wrist up, people are doing the Grandpa Simpson, like they're shaking like old man yelling at the cloud motion instead. It's like, get this together, people. We can all be on one page here. This could be easy. Instead, we had Browns fans fighting with each other, people debating success rate as if that's a thing anyone's ever talked about previously. That was a great, fun day. Enjoy it for what it was. Enjoy it for what it was.
Ken Carman has responded to the post that I put on X of the photo of the studio. He is making a request in all caps that the studio be cleaned up before they come to work tomorrow.
It'll be clean. This is not a bunch of pizza boxes or donuts. It'll be cleaned up by the time you get here. I'll stay after the show if I have to. It'll get cleaned. All right, 216-474-0092. On Twitter, you can find us. Obviously, Twitter Reactions brought to you by Shab & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Want to hear from you guys. Does Shedeur look good? Does Shedeur looking good make Stefanski look bad in the process? And what is your reaction? Stefanski named Shedeur the starting quarterback. He gets 1 week. Should it have been longer? 216-474-0092. Your calls, your tweets, and more. Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys right here on The Fan.
apply.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on Essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Turkey or ham? Who the hell cares? Stuff your face and take in football Thanksgiving Day on The Fan, the radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back in here on The Fan. That cleanup is going much faster than I thought it would.
I was going to say, you've done a good job. I'd say 1/3 of the studio has been cleaned.
Yeah, we got a long way to go. We got a long way to go. It's much quicker than I thought, though.
You still haven't seen what's on the floor by me, though.
Oh, really? That's not great. I told Elise before I said I'll be here. I'll be late tonight. I'll be home a little bit late tonight. We'll be cleaning up. What's by the floor by you? Just a bunch of it?
Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
Some may or may not have made it onto the floor.
No, stop putting things on the floor. Stop putting them on the floor. He doesn't understand. Every bit that he puts on the floor is going to be that much more time that I'm going to have to then be like bending down and doing all this.
I'm sorry, what part don't I understand there?
Oh, no. All right, Keith did post the video here, and you can find this on our net, just 92.3 The Fan, all the socials, and we can see. Darryl, I want you to see your reaction, by the way. Oh, you jump up in a great way.
I did. I didn't know what the heck happened.
Okay. All right, that's a lot of fun. All right, 216-474-0092. Obviously, get at us through the phone lines. Get at us through Twitter. We're trying to break down Shedor's game, and obviously I feel pretty good about it. There was a spot, I told you guys last week, that after the Ravens game at the half, I was buried into my couch because it just was going so poorly, and it was just going so in such a backwards way that when I ever envisioned the first time we'd see Shedor in a Browns uniform going, and I had my head in my couch. My kid is wondering what the hell is going on. And then yesterday, I'm up celebrating so much. The Isaiah Bond throw, I legitimately leapt off of my couch and started screaming and doing like one of these type things. Like you're just furiously clapping so hard.
I was legit disappointed Bond didn't get in the end zone. He was down at the 2.
I know it probably should have been a touchdown, but that's neither here nor there. Isaiah Bond made a big time play, and Shedor made the big time play as well.
First part, Isaiah Bond caught the football.
It was all just, well, that would have been so
baby
so
steps.
I would have cut him on the spot if he had dropped that ball, okay? If that thing put right in his bread basket, if he would have dropped that, I would have been like, you're walking home, Isaiah Bond. I hope you like the slot machines because you're not leaving Vegas. You're stuck here now. So he made a great play, and and we'll get to the Jerry Jeudy play coming up in a little bit. There's so many different parts of this that felt good, and then there's just a couple things like the Jerry Jeudy play where you're like, maybe we can work on that. And it's an understanding that it was just a great first step for Shedor, and now he's got to build upon it. Darryl, that's it. The idea is now you get a chance in San Francisco, and don't let this be a reverse course. For as happy as I am today, for as happy as I was yesterday, don't have me back burying my head in the couch against a San Francisco 49ers team, because I'm telling you, they are waiting. They're sitting there waiting for you to fail, but you keep proving them wrong.
Yeah, but he mentioned this after the game about how everyone wants him to fail. And I'm going to respectfully disagree. I do not want Shedor Sanders to fail. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah. I never got the vibe that you did.
Do I have questions about parts of his game and whether or not he can be successful at this level on a consistent basis? Absolutely. I had the same concerns about Lamar Jackson with the Baltimore Ravens. And Lamar certainly has, proven my doubts wrong.
Yeah.
As a 2-time NFL MVP. But look, he has to go out and do it. We can't talk ourselves into his success. He just has to go out there and do it. And all the compliments and all the accolades and everything else, that's going to follow.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to get on board. Now, I also feel like this is part of his chip on the shoulder, right?
Yeah, and he's talked about that.
The great athletes.
He used the Baker Mayfield line before the game yesterday in the Browns radio network. He said exactly that, the chip on the shoulder. And then, it's the same exact thing Baker went to. Because it's part of why I think I love both of them in many ways.
But see, Baker, I don't think could play that card You are the number one pick in your draft class. You're not an underdog.
Baker
you're an
carried
underdog
that
after you get cut by Carolina and Los Angeles.
But Baker carried that when he was a walk-on at Texas Tech, though. That's his story. His story is the walk-on at Texas Tech, the kid that had 2 college offers to play D1 football, North Texas and Rice out of high school.
I get that.
That's where he gets. Everyone gets their story, their chip on the shoulder story from somewhere.
I get that, but once you're the number one pick in the draft, you're no longer an underdog. Now it's you got.
Well, I like that in many cases with Shedeur. It's almost like if he never had an underdog story before, even though he did play at Jackson State, we can all know he was just following his dad.
Right.
But like even still, like that's his underdog story is being 5th round pick.
But
now.
he's a 5th round pick. Everyone passed on him at least 5 times, right? Tom Brady. Everyone passed on Tom Brady at least 6 times.
Yeah.
So, there's nothing to say that he can't be the Cleveland Browns version of Tom Brady here, but like let's not fit him for the gold jacket yet, or the statue outside the new Shadome going up in Brook Park, the barn dominium there. All right, let's Shedeur Sanders' way is not coming anytime soon. Like let's slow the roll and really look at what happened yesterday objectively. But a lot of what happened yesterday was extremely positive.
Yes.
It was extremely positive. Okay, so you look at the box score, and the box score is unimpressive. I think you and I can agree with that. The box score is not impressive, but what was impressive, they scored the second most points they have all season.
Yeah. Only the second time over 20 in a game.
He completed passes that Dillon Gabriel, at least right now, is incapable of completing.
Right.
He ran the offense a little more efficiently. The team seemed to have a little more pep in their step with him on the field as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is all positive. The energy, like he is a naturally energetic personality. Okay, both on and off the field. And I think that when you go out there and you back that up with your play, that energy feeds through the team.
I just don't think it's an accident that so many players we saw on the field yesterday had one of the best games they've had all year long. And so many of these young players on offense, but even some of the older guys too, they looked like they had just a new purpose and a new sense of like, all right, let's get after this. And I don't think it's something that just lasts a week long. In fact, I read Albert Breer's piece. He'll join us tomorrow, obviously. And Albert was talking about Joe Bitonio. And Bitonio throughout the week had mentioned, I guess, to Albert how Shedeur had been there at 7 o'clock in the morning. And it's just not something he ever, like when Bitonio walks in, he's not expecting to see a lot of people. Not only did he see Shedeur there, but Shedeur is getting all these reps in with all these younger players, and he's going through the processes, and he's going through everything that he needs to go through to get ready. And I think like it's so many people are like, how can this look different so fast? How can it look different in just a week? Well, when he knows the game plan is catered to him, but he also has that week to prepare like he's going to be the guy, people like that just don't miss opportunities. They just don't miss opportunities like that. I don't know what it is. Again, same thing with Baker that I have with Shedeur.
It's about the only other quarterback I've ever and taking advantage of it.
And they just don't miss in moments like that. That's why I felt so confident going into the game that he was going to take advantage of it, because people like that just don't miss those type of moments. And Shedeur is one of those guys. And he didn't. Again, is there room for improvement? Of course. No one's crowning him after 1 week. We got to be level-headed about this, because for the same person that told you guys a week ago, we can't decide the kid's fate after a half of a game, I'm the same person that tells you we can't decide anything after one good game in Las Vegas either. But it was a very encouraging start. 216-474-0092. Eric in Akron going to bat lead off today. What's up, Eric?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
So I was very neutral on Shedeur. I didn't like him. I didn't dislike him. I was just kind of like, it is what it is. I hope the kid does well. I'm now all in. Like, I am a shahonk, whatever you want to call it. Rich up, let's go, baby. And here's why, is because I'm kind of an eye test guy. I don't get into advanced metrics. I don't even really care about stat lines so much. It's how does it look? How does it feel? And I got the same feeling when Shedeur played yesterday that I did when Baker came in against the Jets and broke open the fridge. You just know, after we watched so many bad quarterbacks, what a quarterback that can play looks like. And he can play. And that's saying he can play against a bad football team, but he doesn't have receivers. He doesn't have an offensive line. He doesn't have much talent around him. He didn't have much time to prepare. Like, I think, JP, you just said that you're not crowning him. I think he's somebody we could build around. I really do. If he can make that much improvement in 1 week, he's right. Like, what is he going to do with the whole offseason?
I mean, and listen, Eric, you know where I stand on Shedeur, so I'm itching to crown him, okay? Like, I'm itching, but I love a lot of what you say, and I appreciate the phone call. Like,
Jonathan has the seamstress and the sculptor on speed dial, ready to go.
For the statue? No. We got to give it some proper context here. Like, it would just be too fraudulent of me to turn around and then be like, after a half of a game, we can't judge him, but after a game and a half, we can. But there were so many positives, and there were so many things that you wanted to see. How can you not be giddy about it? How can you not be excited about it? Take your success rate stats and shove them into a locker for all I care. Take your box score jockeying. Stop doing that for a second, and just look at the way that we are able to stretch the field. Look how vertical this offense was able to get. Look at some of the completions. Look at some of how it looked. And it felt different than what we saw with Flacco this year. It felt different than what we saw with Gabriel this year. And I have to hold on to that. That was the most fun I've had watching a Browns game this season. Not even close, Daryl. And for a lot of people, they felt that same way.
It was fun to watch. It was not just fun to watch. It was refreshing to watch. Mm-hmm. It felt like and look, they struggled on third down, so did the Raiders. Like, listen, that game film is not going to Canton, Ohio. It's not going to go in the archives of NFL films of the great games to have been played in this century. I'm not saying that, but like, it felt like I was actually watching a functioning football team.
I mean, we blew the Raiders out. That wasn't a game. They had no chance of coming back. Now, the defense was obviously great. We'll talk about them a little bit later on. 10 sacks, tip your cap to Myles Garrett. The defense was awesome, but they had no chance. That was game set blouses in the third quarter easy. We have not had a Browns game.
Even at 14-3, it felt like the game was over.
We just haven't had games that feel like a walk in the park in the Stefanski, past couple years. And for us to have that again, and the only true thing that changed was the quarterback spot in Shedeur Sanders, you can't tell me something isn't different. You can't tell me whether it is him going around and talking to all the players on the team constantly and getting everybody up and doing whatever he's got to do. Whatever voodoo magic that man does on the sidelines, he does it. He gets people ready to go, and he gets them playing their best football. There's something to that. It's the intangibles that we relied on in talking about him at Colorado, and they showcase through in games like that, where all of a sudden you have all sorts of players that are making premier plays. Dylan Sampson, my goodness.
He gave them a chance against the Ravens, all right? Like, that's what gets lost in that second half debut off the bench. They had a chance in that game.
And he put it right at Gage's chest.
Like,
that's a tie game if Gage pulls that down.
That's all you can ask for in sports, is that you have a legitimate opportunity. And he gave you that against the Raiders. Now, the execution ultimately wasn't there. They didn't get the job done. The loss is the loss. And he took that really hard. I mean, there was some... the conspiracy folks there on the socials and that saying, oh, he's acting by sitting on the bench and wanting the cameras to be on him. And no, he genuinely was upset that they lost that football game because he felt that he should have won that game for the Browns. And then you saw how he looked in those 2 quarters versus how he looked in the 4 quarters he played in Las Vegas. Mm-hmm. I don't want to say a completely different dynamic player, but the improvement was, it was tangible improvement after 3 practices, maybe 4 practices, and another 3 or 4 walkthroughs, along with endless film sessions on the tablet as he's walking around the building. So, I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do now this week for an encore against San Francisco, because now, for me, the expectation goes up. The needle for Dylan Gabriel of expectation never moved for me, because I had I knew what I was expecting.
Yeah.
It was going to be bad, and that's why I couldn't get upset about it. It was like, this is what I told you it was going to be.
All right,
With Shedeur, I'm excited to see what he's going to do next week against the 49ers.
Me too. All right, you're going to hear from Kevin Stefanski. You'll hear from Shedeur. We got a lot of audio we're going to get to, but 216-474 to below 92. Are you like that last caller? Did you have a change of heart about Shedeur Sanders? Again, 216-474 to below 92. We'll get to your phone calls and more. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Sundays do not exist without us.
Shedeur on third down, throws it. Sampson to the flat. Sampson 35. Sampson 40. Sampson, first down. He's at the Raider 35. It's a foot race and he's gone. Dylan Sampson, touchdown.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Shedeur will start this week. Obviously, number one job of a quarterback is to win. So excited to get that first win under his belt. And then next thing is improvement. And that's what young players do. Certainly young quarterbacks do. You get one game better, and that's just from working at it. So that'll be our focus.
That was Kevin Stefanski today in his afternoon drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys as he has named Shedeur Sanders the starter for 1 week, Daryl. That's all he's got. He's got 1 week. He gets the San Francisco game, and then we'll go from there.
Who was that guy talking on Zoom today? That could not have been Kevin Stefanski. I feel like Kevin has been possessed by somebody.
Like the Monstars in Space Jam?
Yes.
Somebody came and took over his body?
So somebody has stolen Kevin Stefanski's mojo. He never makes those announcements on Monday. We were talking before the show, and you're like, hey, what are they going to do? I'm like, well, this is Kevin. He certainly was going to announce it last night. He's probably not going to announce it today. He's probably going to say that Dylan Gabriel's still in the protocol and we have to evaluate the situation and this, that, and the other. And lo and behold, he comes out today. He's like, sure, I won a game yesterday. He can play this weekend against the 49ers. I was like, okay. Fantastic. Great. We don't have to worry about that on Wednesday. Thank you very much, Coach.
I think it was just so obvious that he had no other recourse but to do it.
Yeah. I mean,
that's all it was.
Well, okay, hypothetical. If he would have gone back to Dylan Gabriel, right? If he would have said Dylan's the starter, and he's out of protocol, Dylan's going to start against the 49ers. How do you sell that to anybody? How do you sell that to the locker room? And then also, too, how do you sell it to the fans that have tickets for Sunday's game against San Francisco?
Yeah, you couldn't. You couldn't. He was, again, but this is what we told Shedeur to do going into this game, is you had to make it undeniable. And he did. And so, all the credit in the world goes to Shedeur. I will, at some point, we can discuss whether or not Stefanski gets some semblance of credit or anything as far as the game plan, as far as all that is concerned. The quick TLDR version of that is going to be, basically, I'm not there yet. Right. I'm just not. We watched Shedeur be really, really good in a few different plays in that game and really showcase what he can do. And I just don't know that was necessarily because Stefanski or Tommy Rees did anything awesome. I think people are lining up to give Stefanski credit because that's how this works. But if he was that great at his job in getting just basically whoever to be able to perform, then wouldn't you have already done that through the first, 10 games of the season? Like Shedeur deserves credit in this, and I just don't want to strip him of that. I feel like the part that gets me angry about that conversation, Daryl, is the people that are giving a bunch of credit to Stefanski today feel like you're doing it because you don't want to give credit to Shedeur, and that's where it feels wrong.
I don't know if they don't want to give credit to Shedeur. I don't know necessarily. I think Tommy Rees deserves more credit than Kevin does because Tommy Rees is the one now that's legitimately in charge of the offense. He's the one now putting these. Kevin, this is what Kevin told us a couple weeks ago. Kevin's the final decider, the decision maker, whatever. But it's Tommy Rees' show to run with it. Put the game plan together, the script.
But do you think he'd be doing this? Do you think he'd be doing this with Dylan Gabriel? We know that answer. That answer is no.
Because Dylan doesn't have those intangibles that Shedeur does.
Of course he doesn't. And so I guess maybe that's where I get a little angry about it. It's like, well, it's obvious. Shedeur can stretch the field. He can throw the ball deep. He can do all this. And so where I'm falling short and giving Stefanski a bunch of credit is then this is also the guy that then, October 7th said, congratulations, you're the backup quarterback. And made Dylan Gabriel the starting quarterback while then having Shedeur as the backup in that instance. And it's like, I don't know that you get to walk away unscathed out of all this. I don't know that you get to walk away looking shiny clean when for months you told us that he wasn't ready. For months you told us that he couldn't do the job and this and that and all these other type of things. And then it turns out not only can he do the job, he can win you games as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he won one game. Let's see if he can turn that into a plural this weekend and put the S on the end of it.
Okay, fair.
Okay, let's see if he can go out there and do it again. Tennessee's coming up on the schedule. That's certainly a winnable game as well.
But he's got to get there, and that's the sad part. Is he's already in the spot where he's got to get there.
Again, he's on probation. He not double secret probation, but he is on probation, and it's a week-to-week situation. But I don't know how you can even at this point, barring an injury, and I hate saying it because I don't want to put that out into the ether there, but barring an injury, I don't even know how you can go back to Dillon Gabriel at this point. Just watching that sideline, okay? Just watching that sideline and the reactions every time CBS would cut to the Browns sideline with Shedeur either on the field or when the defense is on the field and Shedeur is on the side of his side, we're prepping for the next drive.
Yeah.
Seeing the involvement and the enthusiasm of everybody. And maybe I'm being completely unfair. Maybe I'm misreading the situation. Fine. All I can go by is what I see with my 4 eyes. And what I saw with my 4 eyes is that they were more into the game yesterday than it felt like they had been in a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, without question.
And that's just human nature. Like, I get it. I understand it. It's like you're sleepwalking through 4 quarters with Dillon Gabriel out there.
Well, but you
have no chance to win with Dillon Gabriel on the field. You had a chance to win last week against Baltimore. It didn't pan out. That's life. That's sports. This past week, that's kind of the point, though, is that I don't think it's an accident when, for instance, they go to Dillon Gabriel looking for a spark in week 5. That spark doesn't happen. They change the play calling duties to Tommy Rees looking for that spark. That spark doesn't happen. But then the guy that we've told you the entire time is an igniter, is somebody that can give you that spark. He gets inserted into the game, gets a full week to prep, and then starts. And then there we go. We got this big energy boost. You were 2-8. Your season's over.
I don't think that's an accident.
Something. You needed something to inject
but
life.
I don't think it's an accident. This is where I want to give Shedeur a bunch of credit. Is I don't think it's an accident that they all of a sudden got that jolt of energy and that spark with the one guy we've been telling you the entire time that could offer that up. This is what he does.
You know what quote just popped into my head right now as you were saying that?
What's that?
Marty Cooper, when Joe Flacco was here in 2023.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah.
The energy multiplier.
That's right. Energy multiplier.
That's what
I remember you talking about that in particular, yes.
That's what Shedeur Sanders is for this football team right now. Okay, season's over. Like, this is all about evaluation and getting ready for 2026 and seeing what you need.
Will this turn into a Joe Flacco-like experience, though?
No, well, I'm going to say no just from the standpoint Joe got you to the playoffs. You have no chance there.
Even if we got dog-walked by Houston and in a game that is the biggest financial wager I have ever lost in a sporting event, by the way. Fun fact about that Browns-Texans game.
Friends in the desert took you?
I bet I didn't see a way the Browns are losing that game. I still have a hard time looking back and seeing how they lost that game the way that they did.
Not only did they lose,
they got dog-walked.
That's a very kind way to put it.
They got dog-walked. 216-474 below 92. The 2 pick sixes still stay deep in my heart. Dwayne in Dallas. What's up, Dwayne?
Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Good afternoon. What's on your mind?
Yeah, bro, I just want to talk about Shedeur, man. I'm watching you guys and listening to YouTube, man, and some of these comments, dog. I just want to address, bro. No, for sure. So let's talk apples to apples. I was doing some deep diving last night after the game, and so against the Jets, Dillon Gabriel in the third quarter was 2 of 5 for 25 yards. One of those plays was that screen pass that he threw in the stands. Yesterday, Shedeur had like the same stats, but then in the fourth quarter, he completed that same, it's the version of it. He completed a screen pass that got him his first touchdown. So my thing is, these people in the comments and a lot of stuff I keep seeing about, it was the Raiders. Bro, we lost to the Jets, bro. We lost to the Jets, bro. It was the Jets. And we...
I got you. Oh, Dwayne cut off there. I did not cut off Dwayne. Dwayne cut off there. The funniest thing out of that call, outside of the actual line with the Jets, is the idea that he's in the YouTube chat, and the chat's getting so enraged. He's like, forget the super chat. Forget commenting in the chat. I'm just going to call you up and then be like, hey, YouTube chat, here's why you're wrong. That's really funny to me. That's a funny development.
Apparently the YouTube chat on Afternoon Drive's lit today.
216-474 to below 92. Are you done with Jerry Jeudy? We discussed the big play that wasn't next right here on The Fan.
as questionable for the 7 o'clock tip. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
Hear the point of view from the O-line. John Greco joins Ken Carman and Anthony Lima Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
All right, back at it here on The Fan Afternoon Drive. Daryl in for Nick today. Studio looks clean.
You did yeoman's work. Ken Carman will be very happy with you.
You helped. Jax helped. But
it was a team effort.
Team effort. The studio is clean. You can vouch for it right now. I feel like, Jax, you want to, like, there's no random strays of paper or anything like that?
Not that I see.
Okay, good. All right.
Actually, I see one on a mic arm.
Oh, I just see it too. Okay, we'll get that one in between the break. That's why you were joking. You're like, oh, we got to leave some behind for Ken, because Ken on Twitter made a big stink about us. In case you're just joining us, we did a whole confetti thing in the first hour. We have clips out there on YouTube and everything in between, and of course the social media accounts. And Ken's like, it better be clean tomorrow. And I'm like, yeah, it will be. And you're like, well, leave some on the chair for him. I'm like, he's going to find some randomly anyway.
Yeah, I'll
find some.
I was absolutely about just leaving a big pile of confetti on Ken's chair for tomorrow morning.
I think he would have lost his mind.
And that's why I wanted to do it.
I think
Congratulations, Jonathan, for getting the bid.
I'm just scared enough of Ken to admit that I don't know that one would have gone well for me.
I'm not.
I
am fearless in that regard, and I was all about leaving a big old pile of confetti for
you
Ken
and
to
Nick
sit in
both.
tomorrow.
You and Nick both get excited about the prospect of then being like, well, we can toy with him even more.
Yes,
Whereas
absolutely.
I'm like, I don't want to make that man any more angry than he needs to be. And part of the idea of why we wanted to come in and celebrate so much is because it did feel like,
what shade of red can we make Ken face today?
Yeah, it did. Well, it did feel like he had to sit there and go back and forth with Tony all day long, Anthony, about whether or not it was a good or a bad game. And it's like, I'm happy that so far we're not living in that.
It was a great game.
They won. It was a great game.
They won.
Shedeur made plays that a lot of people a week ago didn't think was possible. He made plays and looked comfortable in the pocket, and he did everything you would want and need him to do. Now, there was one place, though, that we can get on. One place that I thought the Browns universally made the fan base angry. Again, this is just in a whole web of awesomeness that was yesterday. Jerry Jeudy, even though you can make an argument, at least initially making the play, the biggest play of the season that he's had, then messed up. And here was Nathan Zagura on the call as it happened. Here we go.
Jerry Jeudy just didn't sense Chin coming from the backside. Now, that's what I talked about earlier. Cover 3, you run the clear out and then the deep dig over. Shedeur Sanders did a great job buying time, found Jeudy down the field, but somebody's got to be calling to him, fanning. Somebody's got to talk, say ball, 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 wolf, 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 whatever the call is, to let him know to cover that football up, because he basically was going down. He had 3 guys kind of hops in the air. That's a big turnover now.
That courtesy of the Browns Radio Network. Are you done with Jerry Jeudy, Daryl?
No, but it's frustrating. I don't know what's going on with him right now. Look, I understand his frustration. I mentioned this with the morning guys because they asked me the same thing. And look, I get the frustration. When he was in Denver, it was a constant carousel of quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. I get it, and it's been that way his first 2 years with the Browns. Okay, we've lost count of the amount of quarterbacks he's had to play with. He was real surly last week. Well, surly is the wrong word.
He was just short.
Yeah, just didn't want to talk to us last week, and that's fine. I get it. Listen, there are days where I wouldn't want to answer my stupid questions either. So I get it. I understand it. No issue there. But then when you're not going out and doing your job on the field, that's when I start to have a problem. And for the most part this year, he's not done his job. He's dropped a lot of passes. And then yesterday, finally a big play for him, for the offense, right? And I think he was stopping to make a cut. I think like because after he had the ball and he started running up field, he stopped as if like he was trying to figure out what he wanted to do next.
Yeah.
Okay, choose your own adventure.
Yeah.
And he hit the fumble button. They punched it out, and it cost the Browns a scoring opportunity. Luckily, it ultimately didn't. It wasn't a significant play in the game that changed the course of the game or whatever, but those are the type of plays that can change the course of the game, and they have changed courses of games for the Browns historically over the years. So I don't know what's going on with him. I will just say this: get it fixed. Fix it. Whatever it is. Hopefully it's nothing, in his personal life or whatever. These are human beings. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
So whatever it is, Jerry, get it fixed. Okay? Life's too short to be grumpy. Life's too short to you have a tremendous opportunity now with Shedeur on the field. He's going to throw you the ball down the field. Okay, I realize it was frustrating. You're running all these routes for nothing. You're just getting your cardio in every week with Dillon Gabriel at quarterback because he's not getting you the ball. But now you got Shedeur. Now be happy. You got a guy that's going to be able to get you the ball down the field and that wants to get you the ball down the field. But that lack of attention to detail, not only with catching the ball consistently, but in that particular situation, Jonathan, that was a lack of focused play.
I know. I felt bad for him, though, because it felt like he just got so excited. He was just like, he was like a puppy. He just got so excited, and he was ready to go, and he made a big play. And the part that I don't want to escape from is the idea that he did, in fact, make a big-time play. Before the fumble, he made what was going to be, a 40-yard gain and set you up either for a touchdown or a field goal. It's just between the drops and then the fumble. I understand if a Browns fan is incredibly frustrated with what is supposed to be your number one wide receiver.
But this is part of the problem for him, not for him, but just organizationally. They've got him in a role that he shouldn't even be in.
As the number one?
Yeah, he shouldn't be a number one.
I know, but they paid him, and they paid him without ever even seeing him. They gave him that extension. And it was something I criticized at the time, and I felt like for a whole year people lobbed back in my face, which you guys were right to. He had a 1,000-yard season last year. He looked much better, but this isn't it. He still led the league in drops now last year and now this year as well.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting Denver Jerry Jeudy right now.
Yeah, and it took a little bit for Denver Jerry Jeudy. That's one thing I reminded people of last week is that idea that it didn't happen instantly where all of a sudden Denver Jerry Jeudy came out and it was just problematic. Now, I'd actually given Jerry credit that up until a couple weeks ago, Daryl, it seemed like he was doing better. It seemed like it was even though his production wasn't good, he wasn't Denver Jerry Jeudy.
He was being a team player. Was saying positive things about Dillon Gabriel, even though we all know what we were seeing out there.
Way too positive of things almost of Dillon Gabriel.
Right, and then I don't know, it felt like his energy has changed. And I hope now his energy shifts back to the way it was earlier in the year. Because I think if that happens, I think good things are going to happen for Jerry Jeudy. I think good things will happen for Shedeur Sanders. And I think good things will happen for the Cleveland Browns.
Can he take that one play as a positive enough, though? I think that's what I want to know. And I want to hear from you guys. 216-474 to below 92. Are you done with Jerry Jeudy? Is now the time to give up on him? You still got another year and a half in this contract. I don't know that now is the time to give up on him. But if you're trying to build out your roster, you're trying to get this thing moving in the right direction, do you have to look at these type of things? Because he goes from being a really good player to a headache really, really quickly, and I can't even say really good player at this point.
Well, I forget what I was watching last night, but they had the conversation about that, and the question was, how do you recover that? What do you tell Shedeur Sanders, or what do you tell Kevin Stefanski if you're Jerry Jeudy? And they said, my bad will never happen again. That needs to be the response from Jerry Jeudy now. Oh, my bad, guys. It's not going to happen again.
I mean, he did. To his credit, he looked crushed on the field.
Yeah.
It's not everything when a player just falls down to their knees and then looks like they'd rather be anywhere. He looked like me curling up in my bed on a Sunday morning, it's not everything that he did that, but he did that. I thought that mattered because it didn't show that sometimes players get up and they just kind of walk to the sidelines as if
it is what it is.
Check still clears. I'm like Evel Knievel. I get paid for the attempt. I hate when players have that attitude. He seemed genuinely like, I can't believe it. I finally got my big catch. I finally got my big moment down the sideline. It's happening with Shedeur. I was going for a move, and then that happened. I felt awful for him. I know why it was insufferable to a lot of Browns fans, and I get the frustration. But in a game you ended up winning, I looked at him and I felt empathy there. This was Stefanski, by the way, on what happened in that play with Jerry Jeudy.
I think he was setting the player in front of him up to make a move there. He will be better. That's really a play that we expect him to make. That's a huge play for our football team. We're about to get 7 points, if not 3, on that drive, and that's a big play for us. And Jerry knows this, and we remind him and remind our players it's always the guy that you can't see that they're coming. So I don't think it was a loaf. It was a lack of ball security technique.
What did you take from that?
Yeah, and I agree with Kevin, and I saw some of the comments that were being made on social media yesterday about, because fans were thinking that and posting, there's Jerry Jeudy just giving up on a play, and I don't think that's what it was. It looked to me like he was, again, like Kevin mentioned, he was stopping, trying to either set up the defender in front of him, or he, in his mind, was trying to figure out, where am I going now? Where's my open path? Do I go up the sideline or do I cut it inside?
Well, but he did get cocky with it, though. When you do that jump up like that, like you're getting a little cocky with it.
I know, and when he did that, though, the ball left the points of pressure right. The ball was exposed, and that's when it got punched. And it's like, so he just has to be more cognizant in that situation. But it is frustrating because, again, it is a player that has not caught the ball consistently. And it's the guy who's supposed to be the number one wide receiver on the team, and he's been, by the way the wide receiver room is paid right now, by those standards, he's been paid as the number one wide receiver amongst that group. And so and he's a veteran, so my standards are higher for him. Right?
I know, but I always want to kind of remind people of the idea that, and this is where I just don't crush him. You're right, his standards are higher.
I don't think I'm crushing him.
I don't think you are either.
I just think that he's the number one guy in that room, and you need to play like it.
I don't think you are, but I do think there are people out there that are crushing him right now today. And the reminder I would give is that when you go from Flacco, who felt like he was wearing golden handcuffs, and then you go to Dylan Gabriel, in some sense, he wasn't really given a true chance to shine this year anyway. I mean, look at Justin Jefferson's numbers. Justin Jefferson is one of the best wide receivers entering the NFL this year. You'd say it's Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. Those are your 1 and your 2. It's not as if Jefferson's fallen off a cliff, but put him with J.J. McCarthy and look at how those numbers have completely fallen off the face of the earth. Like, as much as we talk about wide receivers helping out quarterbacks, quarterbacks help out wide receivers in an immense way too. And so there's a part of me that I don't know, I got happy that he just made the initial play, because I feel like fumbling in that situation is something that, all right, he did it once, it's done, it's over. At least it came in this game. Next time he gets a play like that, he's not going to try to be jumping up and being smooth as can be about it. He's going to know, I got to protect the football, and then I got to get down as well if need be. And so I feel like it's going to be something that'll be all right in the future. But with Shedeur, I hope Jerry Jeudy's one of these players that we talked about earlier that just benefits and just looks better, because really, that is a very unfair, and he took the money, and that's what the money is for when you sign up for the Cleveland Browns, but that is a very unfair lot in life to be given 4 games of a shackled Joe Flacco and then 6 games of Dylan Gabriel throwing 5 yards a dot. Like, I mean, that's not fair to Jerry Jeudy in any sense either.
No, but again, he's paid handsomely to do a job, and he's got to go out there and do it. And I really hope that Shedeur being out there now re-energizes him.
Yeah,
because I just feel and look, you mentioned his reaction right after that happened. I think that part of that reaction is, man, here we go. I finally get a shot to make a play, and I blew it. No one else, me. And that's when you have those honest moments, right? When you are self-accountable. And that's why I'm not going to sit here and say I'm done with Jerry Jeudy, or that he's a problem child, or that they need to move on from him or anything like that, because I don't think that's fair. We all have bad days. We all get in our moods and have our ups and downs in life. And like I said, whatever's going on with him, I hope he's able to fix it. I hope it works out. I hope everything is okay. But then, too, the production on the field returns, because that's what he's being paid for. And now he's being paired with a quarterback, at least for another week, that is going to give him opportunities down the field. Mm-hmm. So take advantage of those opportunities, take care of the football when it comes to you, and everything's going to work itself out. Because if you end up making plays for Shedeur, that's going to help Shedeur stay on the field, which is going to then multiply your opportunity to make plays. I call that the circle of life.
The circle of life. Okay. I find myself in a weird spot.
I saw you following that. You knew
I legitimately followed your actual circle as you did you did the all the way up and around. I followed the whole, like I was trying to pass a sobriety test or something.
That's follow the finger.
Okay, that's what I was doing. I was following the finger all the way up, all the way down. I find myself in a weird spot because I'm not one to defend Jerry Jeudy often, especially since I was the guy. I was on the air here on this spot when they gave him the extension and when they signed him and then gave him a bunch of money when you needed to pay even people like Amari Cooper at the time. And it was like, all right, here you go, Jerry. Here's your money.
Yeah, but guess what? Turns out not paying Amari Cooper was the right move.
They were right in that respect. But I was the person that was like, you're really going to, as we bring on Mark Schlereth, and we were like within the hour, and Schlereth is like,
because Schlereth
kills him. He's like, he's an athlete. He's not a football player. Is what
I
he
might
said.
have been in with you that day because because I remember that. Because Schlereth came on and just absolutely killed him.
And so I'm in a weird spot where I'm defending him. 216-474 below 92. But I want to hear from you guys on this. Are you done with Jerry Jeudy? Yeah, the drops aren't great. You can't defend that. But that play did show you something with Shedeur. And so I hope he learned enough from that. But maybe they're just... It can't be too far gone when it comes to Jerry Jeudy. There's got to be more to the Jerry Jeudy conversation, and I think the fact that he made the initial play is something I'm going to hang on to. I want your thoughts, though. 216-474 to below 92. Wait to that more. Quick hits at 340. Nathan Zagura at 440. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan.
Back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. It is Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys. Quick hits coming your way in about 20 minutes. Right now we're discussing the latest around Jerry Jeudy because it just feels like a lot of people are just done with Jerry. And I don't know, Daryl, if there's a proper reaction outside of I get it, but I did kind of leave a little encouraged with the idea that he made the big play to begin with. Obviously, you can't fumble in that spot. Fumbling is a disaster. And I'm not betting on Jerry Jeudy long term. He has been on a milk carton more weeks than not. But there's a part of me that I just can't escape when you have this line of quarterbacks up until Shedeur. That's why he made a big play before the fumble. Up until Shedeur, when it's Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel and a handcuffed Joe Flacco at that, I almost wonder if he just throws his hands up in the air and says, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, well, right now he's having the worst season he's had since 2021 with the Broncos. It's not even
close. Yeah, it's not even close.
He had 38 catches in 2021 with the Broncos for 467 yards, no touchdowns that year. This year, he's at 32 catches, 395, just one touchdown, and his longest catch was the one he made yesterday, the 39 yards. But his final year in Denver, he ended that season with 54 catches for 758 and 2 touchdowns, and I think that's right now the pace that he is on.
Yeah.
Just, they got 6 games to play here. That's the pace that he's on to be in that particular ballpark. But I just feel like with Shedeur on the field now, he's going to get opportunities now because, people want to bring up the targets versus receptions, and I think that's a deceptive statistic because if it's a throwaway, okay, and it's in your direction, you get charged with a target.
Right.
And so that's a poor reflection on you when the ball wasn't even really meant to be caught because it's a throwaway. So I don't think that that's a fair metric, but you got to make the plays when the ball comes to you. And unfortunately this year, I think he's been lulled to sleep in some regards because it hasn't been consistent. Mm-hmm. And so then when it comes to him, it's that, oh, geez, what do you know? They remember I'm still on the team.
Well, that's why the Jets game. That's why the Jets game was so important because they just fed him a bunch, and it was like once you tell once he was engaged, and he had his best game of the season in that Jets game.
6 for 78 and a score.
Yeah, it was like just feed him a little bit, let him know. It's funny, like you have to like my toddler, I have to pay attention to Charlotte. I have to she'll like, hey, daddy, and sometimes she'll like even grab my face and like kind of like yank me over there if I don't respond right away. It's like you got to.
If the missus is listening, feel free to send me that video.
She does. She'll like yank my face. It's like in an aggressive way. I'm like, hey, I'm right here. It's okay. But you have to pay attention. And if you're not,
I guess grabbing your face is better than like pulling at your hair.
There's all sorts of things this kid has done to me. She hit me right in the stones yesterday, and it was the type I dropped. We were at Van Aken, and we were at a restaurant in Van Aken, and I picked her up because hey, we're getting ready to go and do all that, and she kicked right there, and I dropped. Right in the middle of the restaurant, people all around, the whole everything. I went down, and there was it's been years since that had happened to me, and it's probably since I was a child, and my little brother or something kicked me there. It'd been years, and it was like all of a sudden I got Pele as my child. It hurt.
Here's the question that needs to be asked: Was it an accident or was it intentional?
100% an accident. She's not trying to hurt me. No.
Well, maybe she didn't want Daddy to pick her up. Just saying.
I know. I thought we were on the same team. I thought we were playing the same game. And then boom. But the point is like my child, you have to pay attention to Jerry Jeudy. Yes. You have to make sure that you're constantly. He's like almost like a plant. You have to keep watering him. You have to keep feeding him a little bit. And so there's a part of me that it just wonders if I'm just a little off base in the whole discussion, and he's not worth fighting for because I've never fought for him before. And I was thinking about a different Browns player that ended up going to the Bills, and Elijah Moore. And I remember when Elijah Moore got moved, Buffalo Radio had me on, and the excuse I made for Elijah Moore, I said, everyone in the locker room liked Elijah Moore. You can attest to that, Daryl. Everyone liked Elijah Moore. And I said, but look at the quarterbacks that he's had. How do you expect him to win when he's going with those type of quarterbacks? And so I don't want to give that excuse to Jerry either. He's had too many drops. The fumble was obviously too big. Like, I can't do that for you. Shador's a real quarterback. I know that. I believe that in my heart of hearts. So the excuses need to start going away, and we need to start seeing something with Jerry Jeudy.
I agree. Again, if he's going to get the consistent opportunities, he's being paid to make plays. He's got to make those plays, and he's got to stay mentally engaged during the play. Because I think yesterday he got so caught up in the big play, trying to make it an even bigger play, and he lost focus for a minute, and it resulted in a turnover. So, whatever's going on with him, I hope that everything is okay, but fix it so that it's not affecting the play on the field.
Mm-hmm,
Because you need Shador Sanders. Shador Sanders needs you. It's a symbiotic relationship.
It can be a win-win for everyone. 216-474 below 92. At this point, I don't know where Jerry's on the I need to look and find you chart if I'm Shador Sanders, but I hope he doesn't shy away from him. Pierre in Eastlake up next. What's up, Pierre?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, man. How's it going?
I'm not out on Jerry Jeudy, but it just doesn't feel like he's all that serious about being a receiver in the NFL. You guys are, Daryl, you're in the facility. You see what they're working on sometimes, so you see them practicing. But
I see them run individual routes in practice after stretching, and that's about it.
But is he taking time after practice to use the jugs machine? Is he focusing? Like, you can say with everything, yes, performance on the field is important for the players and the coaching, but the coaches can only be on the players so much. Like, they have to go out and put in the extra effort. And yes, you could say look at the quarterbacks he's had, but he still needs to be focused. How many times this year has a ball hit Jerry Jeudy in the hands on third down or second and long, and it could be a first down, and he drops it, and then he puts his hands on his helmet? Yes, coaching has to coach him up, and yes, you need good quarterback play to be a good wide receiver. You can't have trash quarterbacks and be a number one, but he needs to put in the effort. He needs to be the one to focus himself. He needs to be the one to go in early and work with the quarterback. Stay late and work on the jugs machine, or you work on his grip strength. And it just doesn't feel like he's totally focused on that. And I understand that you know, with anything, with you guys, with me, with anybody, you need to have a separation between work life and personal life. You have to be able to check out, but he needs to eat, breathe, and live football for these next few. He just needs to focus. He needs to do it. I think he can do it, but I'm also concerned that last year was an outlier, and that's who he is. He's a 2 guy. He's a 3 guy that can be in the slot, that can get some plays, but isn't that kind of guy that can really be focused, locked in, and do it when it matters.
All right, thank you, Pierre. I appreciate you, man.
Well, I mean, look, Pierre's right. He's not a number one wide receiver. He's being asked to play a role that just doesn't fit him.
Yeah.
And listen,
I agree.
That's not me dogging on Jerry at all. Not by any stretch of the imagination. This team does not have a number one wide receiver, and so Jerry has to step into that role because he's all they have. But he's better suited to be a 2 in the hierarchy, route, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
That's what he's suited as. But at the same time, you have an opportunity to show that, even though if that isn't your game, but it can be. And again, when you're going through what he's gone through in his career as far as the volume of quarterbacks, it's hard to really have any consistency as a player.
Yeah, because he had a bunch of them in Denver, too.
And I think it's 5 or 6 so far now with the Browns in 2 years. That's really hard. I get it. I do. I understand.
Let me ask you this, though. Do you think, I made that excuse for Elijah Moore, and then Elijah Moore in Buffalo has done nothing, right?
Right. Yeah.
So, if we put Jerry Jeudy on a different team, throw him on, let's even put him on a good team, put him on Kansas City, do the drops all of a sudden go away?
I can't answer that.
Because I don't think they do.
I don't know how to answer that. I I would hope. I would hope so. But
that's a problem I have, even though I have this like defensive Jerry right now.
I mean, if you can't be focused to catch passes from Patrick Mahomes, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why you're in the profession.
Well, because if he keeps playing like he's playing, that's where he's going to end up. Because one of those wide receiver cast-offs that Mahomes always ends up having, where it was like you had a bunch of talent, the league put up with you for 6 or 7 years, you got paid a decent amount of money, and here you're in Kansas City because that's where it seems like every wide receiver goes at the end of their career, and then Mahomes makes them look decent.
Yeah.
He makes them look better than they typically are, but at that point, you're already done. You're already shot. 216-474-0092.
Tom Brady did the same thing with the Patriots.
It's not a bad retirement plan.
Bill Belichick used to bring every washed-up wide receiver to New England and try and see if he could make something out of them.
There's worse lots in life than ending up with that. But for Jerry Jeudy, I think for years he legitimately thought he was a number one wide receiver. He walked around like he was a number one wide receiver. If you told him this is how it ends with the Browns, and then he ends up being basically a cast-off in Kansas City's system, I bet he's very disappointed in that development. I bet he's very disappointed. I bet if you told him this offseason that anything close to what's happening this year was going down, he'd look at you like you have a banana taped to your forehead and you're crazy. 216-474-0092. Are you done with Jerry Jeudy? I saw a lot of fans feel like they were just out on Jerry Jeudy. They were done with him. I was actually, in a weird way, the fumble's not great. You can't excuse that. I was encouraged by the idea that he did get open. He did make the catch initially, and then maybe we can clean that up down the road. Jim in Cleveland up next. What's up, Jim?
Wow. It's time to cut Jerry Jeudy. He's just a showboat punk, and he doesn't play professionally. And Stefanski made a mistake by not taking him out of the game and saying, when you're ready to act professionally on the field, I'll put you back in.
Oh, man.
We don't need to, coddle him. I mean, he's a man. He's supposed to be professional. He's over trying to do, like, some stupid, jerk, move that's 3 guys are around him. And he was wide open. I mean, anybody in high school could have caught that pass. Come on, man. He's just got to go. I don't like him. I can't count on him when the team needs a catch. Sorry. Bye, Jerry.
I get it, Jim. I do. I appreciate you, man. I get it. Because in a big time play, I don't want the ball. That's the saddest part. Saddest thing I can say. Big time play right now. I don't want the ball thrown in Jerry Judy's direction. That's a real problem for Jerry Jeudy. I can defend him a little bit in this segment, but he makes a good point right there at the end. You have a big-time moment. You need a first down.
I can think of 4 other guys I want the ball thrown to before Jerry Jeudy now.
It's 3rd and 8. You need a big-time play, something to happen. I roll the dice with Shedeur coming up with somebody else than throwing it to Jerry to make sure that he can get the job done. I can't rely on him. I can't. It's an unfair spot he's been put in.
I hope that over the course of the next 6 games, he gets it together and shows that he is the reliable receiver the Browns gave him the contract extension to. But right now, yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to defend him. Like, I honestly, sitting here, Jonathan, I honestly want to be able to defend him.
Yeah.
But I don't have a lot that I can cling to do that, other than just to say, well, look what he did last year.
Nathan Segura coming your way at 4:40. We'll get into Myles Garrett's great season at 4. Quick hits next, right here on Afternoon Drive. Hey,
NFL to get started today.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That's right. It includes the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m. An afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now. Free, by the way, my favorite 4-letter F word.
That's, okay, that's your favorite.
Food would be the second.
There we go.
I'm not allowed to tell you the third.
I was going to say, you're not much. Do you swear a lot or no? I don't know you to swear a lot.
Yes.
Do you really?
Yes.
I just don't know you to swear a lot. Is it because do you mirror people then? Like I don't swear ever, and so when people are around me, they typically don't swear because I'm not swearing, and so they just kind of don't.
I'm pretty sure I swore at you today.
I'm sure you have. I'm sure it just went one in one ear and out the other. But like I don't think of you as someone that swears. I had this with Nick for a while too.
Which is really disappointing because that's usually what I'm known for.
Well, I had this with Nick as well though. Nick would be like, "Oh, I swear all the time. I curse all the time," and I'm like, "No, you really don't though. Like I think you
yes,
curse all the time."
Yes, he does,
and I'm sure he does. But like around myself. Because I don't curse. It like something in your brain. If you swear, if you hear somebody else swear, it's like the green light. It's like, all right, I guess I'm going to get after this. Meanwhile, if you swear and then there's no swear that you hear elsewhere, then you just kind of think, all right, whatever, it is what it is, and you kind of stop.
Yeah. Usually I have to tell myself I'm in a certain situation, a place, I need to keep it FCC legal. That's
just how I live life. And it's funny because I used to swear a lot as a kid growing up. I swore an absolute ton because I realized it was almost like a cheat code for like a 12-year-old to just get that spark out of people.
I'm not going to lie. I have two guilty pleasures now when it comes to like social media reels and stuff.
Yeah, what is that?
One, the Porch Pirate bomb boxes with the powder.
Those are fun. I like those.
They're
I do
fantastic.
Like those. And by the way, I have no problem with those happening even more.
I think your Porch Pirate box should be confetti, as a matter of fact.
That'd be a fun development.
It's the Shedeur Sanders victory box. Congratulations.
I once sent a friend in the mail one of those, the glitter bombs.
Uh-huh.
One of those. They open it up and glitter goes everywhere. It's just being mean is all it is. They had it coming, though. They had it coming.
And my second guilty pleasure is the toddler swearing. And the parents' reaction to the toddler swearing.
Yeah, so I don't swear, and that's only because I basically live life like the FCC is always watching, okay? When I got into radio, that's why I decided I'm just done swearing, because I am too much as I am off the air, on the air, and so I know some people are very good at it, and they got the filter of it. I don't ever want to have to think I have to pause my brain for that split second in order to go ahead and basically filter myself.
I'm always pausing my brain and filtering myself.
I don't want to ever live that way. And I get it. And you guys are very good at that. You guys that can pull that off. I don't want to ever think that way. I just want to be able to go for it, right? And so I don't swear because of that. And so I don't swear. And my wife doesn't swear because I don't swear, essentially is what it turned out to be. When I first met her, she swore not a decent amount, but just like enough as a normal human. But I've noticed she doesn't swear anymore either. And so our toddler is just, I'm not going to have that video for you. Unless she picks it up at like, I don't know, day school or preschool or something. And if that happens, there's going to be some strongly worded emails.
You did take a shot to the family jewels yesterday, and you kept it together. That's impressive.
Right? If I was ever going to swear, that would be the time to do it.
Yeah.
If I was ever going to swear, getting kicked in the stones at a restaurant in Van Aken definitely would have been the time. All right, let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, we're going to start off with J.J. McCarthy, as he now ranks 851 out of 852 in EPA per dropback among qualified passers since 2000. That is per True Media. The only player below McCarthy is Jamarcus Russell. What do the Vikings do with J.J.?
I think they've got to make a tough decision, and move on. I just don't think it's there. He's got Justin Jefferson. Like, if you can't make it work with that guy, a future
Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, all these great players.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any. I don't think there's anything left there.
You're in a perfect position to succeed.
Yeah.
Not only the wide receivers that we mentioned, Kevin O'Connell is one of the best young coaches, one of the best coaches in the sport. He made Sam Darnold look like he was Steve Young.
What were all the excuses for Dylan Gabriel over 6 weeks? Well, look at the receiving core he was given to work with. What do you expect? Well, look at what J.J. McCarthy was given to work with up in Minnesota. That's not what I expected.
Yeah, because you got taken where he got taken, you'd be like, oh, I have to give him more of a leash or whatever. No, sometimes you know. Josh Rosen in that famous 4-quarterback, and I guess 5-quarterback draft, because Lamar was also taken in the first round, but the big 4 that we talked about, Josh Rosen, after a year, Arizona was like, we can't do this anymore. It's okay if you take somebody and realize they stink to say they stink, and we have to do something about it. Now, will he wash up onto another team's shores? That's the question I want to know. If you're committed to getting rid of him after this one season, where does he end up next year if he does at all? I mean, because Josh Rosen even ended up here in Cleveland at one time.
I was going to say, don't you dare say Cleveland, and you went ahead and you said Cleveland.
I just don't know that we're in the reclamation project part of this, but we might be. It's just, if Stefanski thinks he can do this, I don't have faith that he can.
Well, you know what?
Not with McCarthy. Not with a lot of players. He thinks he's Kyle Shanahan. Only thing they have in common is the KS. It starts and stops there, Daryl. Brutal, absolutely brutal. He thinks he can do this with anybody. Shador is quarterback number 13 for Stefanski.
I know.
He's not turning anybody around. He's not turning anybody around.
Hey, how about this for a turn of events?
All right.
The Browns out here getting people fired. Chip Kelly fired last night by Pete Carroll in the Las Vegas Raiders. Today, this afternoon, Carroll announcing Greg Olsen going to take over for Chip Kelly. By the way, congratulations to Chip. 3 years at $6 million per.
Wait, like 18. that Greg Olsen, or different Greg Olsen?
Greg Olsen,
like Fox Greg Olsen, like former tight end Greg Olsen. No, different Greg Olsen. Okay,
I was waiting for you to get there.
Oh, you scared me for a second. Okay,
I was waiting for you to get there.
I was like, well, how did you
were going to get there eventually?
Well, you got to give me some more. You got to give me better context than that. I didn't know that there was a quarterbacks coach named Greg Olsen on the Raiders. I didn't know that, and I think most listeners thought to themselves, wait, like Fox's Greg Olsen? That's happening? No, it's the guy that's been on a million different teams as a quarterbacks coach since like 2000. Greg Olsen.
I will give Pete credit. He's not hiring someone out of the broadcast booth like the Indianapolis Colts did a couple years ago to come coach the team. But yeah, how about that? The Browns getting folks fired across the National Football League. Good for them.
Okay, I mean we got to work on your delivery. Jax, do you agree here? Like we got to work on that.
He was just on Wake Up Barstool.
I was going to say, like he's just on my he's on my TV every weekend. I was like, it is Raiders. It'd be very Raiders to be like with Gruden and Mayock to be like, hey, you were just on our TVs. Now you can be. But I was like, it doesn't make me. Why is he going for an OC job? You really had my brain scrambled for a second. Like really messed up my brain pretty badly.
Payback for the confetti bomb.
That was worse than anything you could have possibly done with the rest of that story. Yeah, Chip Kelly just it doesn't work at this point, and that's fine. He's accepted that. I did see him basically paying a lot of compliments to Geno Smith.
Yeah,
and I gave at least I got to meet Geno Smith in the process and coach him. What a great guy! All these things. All right, I mean it's Geno Smith. Let's stop acting like he's Tom Brady. It's okay.
Omaha!
Bernie got discharged from the hospital today. It is a great story and is a remarkable recovery, and not only the idea that he got out as quick as he did. I watched, obviously, I'm sure you did. I think you reposted it yesterday, the story on ESPN.
Yep.
To be able to be as healthy as he looks right now and to be able to be going through as quickly as he is with this, to be discharged today, absolutely incredible story for Bernie, and obviously we're rooting for you.
Yeah, and Bernie obviously beloved in this community for a variety of reasons. He is one of the nicest human beings I've ever met. He really is. He does not know how to say no to people.
Yeah.
He's just such a generous human being. So the fact that he's getting out of the hospital today, and hopefully continued health going forward now. that he's going to be with us for a long time.
Yeah, I told the story at training camp about a week ago, but I never told you or really any of the listeners like my big takeaway from the story. And now that he's healthy and okay, I feel like I can expand on it a little bit. The story is obviously that, and there's a million stories like this, but we're at training camp, and that's the interview where Dylan Gabriel had like 7 straight incompletions, and me and Bernie and Nick are just watching like, oh no, another one hit the ground.
Which, by the way, could have been any practice at training camp. Just pointing that out.
And another thing that could have been any practice at training camp as well is that Bernie, before he came and joined us, legitimately signed from it had to have been an hour.
Yeah.
Like legitimately an hour, signed for everybody and anybody. But the takeaway I had, and something that is different, is that he signed for everybody, and then he came and talked to us, and then he came and talked to the Browns radio network next to us and everything, and then he just kind of hung out with us for a little bit, and that was maybe like a 45-minute stretch, somewhere in between there, 45 minutes to an hour. And I'm telling you, he said for an hour prior to this, everybody under the sun, everybody got an autograph, everybody got a photo, and then he walked out of the tent, and this is where my heart breaks. He walked out of the tent, and it's a whole bunch of new people that are right there, right? Because it's been an hour.
Yeah.
And these people, they come in and out, and they all scream, Bernie, Bernie, and everyone's getting excited, and people have like Bernie Kosar jerseys and the whole works. And he just gave him a very nice smile and a wave and said, like, oh, I got to get over there. And then he kept going about his day and kept walking over because I think he had to do something with the actual Browns with coaching or something. And where my heart breaks for him is that those people didn't know that he had signed for an hour ago. And it's like, Bernie, you can't make everybody happy. And it's that reality that sometimes celebrities and people like that, as much as they can try, they just can't make everybody happy. And I thought that was almost soul crushing that he has to live with that because he's a people pleaser and he knows you can't be out there for 75 hours. At some point, you got to draw the line.
Yep.
And there's enough people that day that left being like, oh, Bernie stiffed us. And it's like, guys, if you were an hour ago, he would have signed for you, your brother, your mother, everybody in between. And so my heart just kind of broke for him in that moment because the people pleaser that he is just wanted to do that, but you can't be there all day.
Yeah, and he would have been there all day if he didn't have something else he actually had to go do.
And it's just so tough because then they live with that thinking, and it's like, but an hour ago would have been a completely different story. So I guess I got that viewpoint from like how a celebrity just cannot do it all. And for Bernie, as much as he did that day, he'll just never be able to appease and get everybody. And that's a tough lesson to learn in that moment. All right, anyway, glad to hear that he's doing well. And obviously, if you've been in the area, you've got a chance to meet Bernie, I'm sure, at some point, or get an autograph at some point, because he's constantly doing that stuff. But it was just a different perspective.
And if you got about 25 minutes of time, check out the NFL Films mini documentary
fantastic.
They did on him.
Absolutely fantastic.
Beyond phenomenal.
All right, Scott Petrak was on with Baskin and Phelps. He gave this insight into Myles Garrett and his future. Will it change your mind? 216-474-0092. That and more next. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
I like mashed potatoes.
Yeah. Yeah. What's the big deal there?
Not going there.
Fine. Hey, real quick, do you like natural mashed potatoes or do you like them in the box?
Oh, natural, for sure.
I keep the skin in.
You keep the skin in?
Yeah, I do.
That's weird. I actually like box mashed potatoes better.
These potatoes!
No
way.
It's
That's
better.
ridiculous.
Oh, they're so good.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Nathan Zagura joining us in 40 minutes. It's Jonathan Peterlin. It is Daryl Ryder. All right, we're going to get to Myles Garrett in a second, okay? My curiosity is peaked, though, Daryl. All right? Every now and again, we will have a title with the phones, and somebody will be hanging tight for a while, and I just need to get to the bottom of it, and we have not talked Shedeur in about an hour or so, and this feels like a Shedeur Sanders Monday. It's a Browns victory Monday, but it's a Shedeur Sanders Monday. First win for a Browns rookie quarterback since 1995.
It's a celebration.
It is, and we have been celebrating, excuse me. I'm going to mess it up like 12 times. Oh, please. We came nowhere close to actually cursing. We established that. I don't curse. But yeah, it's a very dangerous word. It's a very dangerous word.
Be very careful.
In a lot of ways. But I'm peaked, okay? We've not talked enough Shedeur today. We got a lot of Shedeur coming your way, obviously with Nathan and 520 as well. A lot of Shedeur conversations. But Andre in Cleveland, here's the header that kind of surprised me. It says Cleveland media is bad for Shedeur. Upset he is on hold. All right, Andre, you're not on hold anymore. Why is the Cleveland media bad for Shedeur?
First of all, thanks for taking my call after an hour and a half. I deserve it.
I apologize. We had a lot of calls today.
No problem. I feel like Shedeur on hold, waiting to get a chance. Anyway, the Cleveland media. Okay, first of all, with Daryl, I 100% agree with Daryl, and I agree with you 98%. But with Daryl, 100%, with Gabriel is not. I mean, what's wrong with people? Can't you see? Gabriel is not. He's not even a second-string quarterback, maybe third, but not even a second-string quarterback. Now, the media, the reason why I say, because it's so obvious that I can only talk on you guys' station after hold sometimes and on Saturdays, okay? Because the Jeff Phelps show, it's obvious. Jeff has something against Sanders. He has something against Sanders. It is so obvious. I mean, can he see? Can he see?
Gabriel, all right, so hold on. So you think Jeff's got something against Shedeur? Is there anybody else at the station you think has against Shedeur, or is it just Jeff?
Okay. Well, at least Jeff is obvious with his.
Well, I think Jeff tries to be fair, though. I've maintained for a while, I just don't think Jeff is very good at the quarterback thing. He likes weird quarterbacks. That's all that is. I think he's very good at sports, and I think he knows quarterbacks. He just has weird. We all have weird what we like in quarterbacks and don't. He thought Joe Milton was going to be God's gift to the game. Okay, like he just likes weird quarterbacks. It's a thing with Jeff.
Yeah, but my thing is, again, I go back. Can't you see? I mean,
I'm with you, Andre. I'm with you.
It's like so obvious. I mean, it's the obvious. That's all I'm saying. You cannot counter something like, well, maybe, give Dylan another chance.
All right, but Andre, have we an afternoon drive? Have Nick and myself, have we treated Shedeur in a fair way?
Yes.
Of course.
Okay. Yes, you have.
Of course we have.
And I just gave you.
We had a celebration.
And I gave Daryl his props because he's 100% I agree with on Gabriel.
It sounds like you agree with more of us than you don't agree with us.
Yes, I just don't agree how you had me on hold for a long time.
Andre, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. Hey, I got to go, guys.
All right. Be good, Andre. All right. That was a great line, though. Like I've been on hold. I'm waiting for my turn the way that Shedeur does. That's a pretty good line.
And it's a good thing he took his call because he hung up on us.
No, I hit the button at the end there. He was done. I was,
but he told us he was hitting the eject button. He had to go.
Yeah, no, he had to go. He had things he had to do. Well, he waited on hold for an hour and a half.
I know.
I do apologize for a lot. There's been a lot of people that are trying to get in all day long. I get it. I understand. We're trying to balance a lot today, though, and we've taken more calls than we typically take on a Monday, too. By the way, on like a Browns Monday, I know we have not taken a bunch, but we take more than we typically do. And listen, I'm also trying to be cognizant of the fact that I think a lot of people when they tune in today, they're expecting expecting the celebration that I'm going to have. They're expecting me to be uplifting and positive when it comes to
It took you an hour to clean the studio.
And yeah, we got that. We did a lot of that in the 2 o'clock hour off the rip. We'll do a lot of it later on in the show as well. We're trying to keep this thing.
Do you have another confetti cannon? I just need to prepare.
I do, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I do have one.
Do you want me to do it?
No.
I totally would do it.
Only because we cleaned up all the mess already. If we hadn't cleaned up all the mess, maybe I would have just gone gangbusters.
52-card pickup.
I feel really good about the idea, though, that it didn't take me like 12 hours, and I don't have to stay after to clean, and I don't know that I want to push those.
Remember, we can leave a little for Ken Carmen.
Yeah, no. I'm scared of Ken at this point and what he would do if I left confetti anywhere near him.
Oh, but I definitely we have cameras in the studio, and I definitely want to watch that movie.
Yeah, I don't. No, I don't. I'll pass. I'll pass 100% in that regard. But anyway, so we have a bunch to get into with Shedeur, and obviously he's always going to be a backdrop of this conversation. We actually have more to get into with how he was helped out by Deshaun coming up in about 15 minutes. Yeah. Nathan's going to have a lot to do with Shedeur. I need you guys to know this has not been a 5-hour pep rally, but it's been pretty close. We've been all positive with the Browns. Little Jerry Jeudy discussion, but that just is what it is. We got to sprinkle in some of the realities there with Jerry Jeudy, but the reality with Shedeur Sanders is that you got to be impressed off of what you saw yesterday, and you got to be happy with what you saw as well. I just don't know how anybody sees it any other way. But somebody else I'm happy with, okay? The defense getting 10 sacks, obviously great. Myles Garrett getting 3 sacks, obviously great as well. Scott Petrak was on with Baskin and Phelps and had this twist to the conversation.
He always wanted to be here. Like, I've talked to him so many times about wanting to bring Cleveland a championship. He just reached a frustration level at the end of last season that I think overtook him, and then I think he also got some bad advice. But I think his baseline is he wanted to be here and he wanted to win championships. So I don't think it was a big begrudgingly, I'm going to take the $160 million. Yeah. And if he really didn't want to be here, I don't think you would see him playing at the level and with the intensity and the effort that he is for a team that was 2-8 going into yesterday.
I don't know that Myles Garrett ever was told a quarterback plan. I really don't know that was ever true. I think he lied to us there. That's fine. That's okay. I do wonder, though.
Because if that was the plan that he was told, I don't know how he could have been that excited.
Agreed. But I do wonder if the plan he was told had something around the idea of we're going to bolster up that defensive line as best as we possibly can, and we're going to make real additions to that defensive line the way that they have. And we're gonna give you the best opportunity to wreck games on a consistent basis. You don't leave situations like this. Now, yes, you're still not winning games, and that's always been at the forefront of Myles Garrett's mind. But I feel like the attention that he's getting right now, the unquestioned idea that he is the best player in the sport at his position, he is so far above and beyond what TJ Watt can do on a football field. It's not even a question anymore. It's just a declarative statement. Myles Garrett better than TJ Watt. All these things mattered in a great way to Myles Garrett. And I don't know that he can go to every other team and have a situation where he's putting up the sack numbers that he's putting up this year. I think he's doing it because McGuire's great. Again, anybody you want to name. Mason Graham is having an awesome year. McGuire is having a great year. Malik Collins is having the season of his life. Like all these guys have chipped in to help out in a way that I feel like Myles is understanding that, yes, you're not getting wins right now, but he's getting everything else you could possibly want out of your football life.
Well, and I think that what the Browns told him, too, is us bolstering the defensive line is going to help you as well, because he's very cognizant of his legacy, and he's also very cognizant of his legacy being, well, he's a great player for a really bad organization, similar to Joe Thomas. Like, that's Joe Thomas's legacy. He was a great player for a lot of really bad football teams.
But I believe, though, that Myles thought in his head, if I don't win, no one's ever going to look at me as an all-timer. No one's ever going to look at me as one of the game's greats. Look at what's happened this year. These sack totals that he's been putting up, if he breaks the all-time sack record and he just continues to obliterate, he's getting all the respect you would want and then some. Like in just a short amount of time, in the previous 4 or 5 weeks, he has gone from what you thought was not only one of the game's greats, one of the game's best, all these other superlatives that you can put out there when it comes to Myles Garrett, but it is becoming unquestioned when it comes to him. Like when we have guests on, they're putting him up there with all the game's greats, the all-timers. When we used to bring guests on, it would be like, well, yeah, I think he's better, maybe slightly better than TJ Watt. He's in the same stratosphere as those guys, the TJ Watts, the Micah Parsons, the Max Crosbys, those type of guys. He's better than them, but they're not that far behind. Now it's like, oh no, we don't talk about those guys. We talk about the all-time greats with him. And so he's getting that acknowledgement that's got to be appealing to someone like him.
So what's funny is Andrew Filipponi, friend of the station, our sister station in
I'm a Moeller guy, by the way. We need to make that abundantly clear.
So
I like Chris Moeller.
He put in all caps yesterday, TJ Watt is back, better than Myles Garrett, with a bunch of exclamation.
Spot the lie.
Okay, right. Then later on, after Myles did what he did, he kind of had to backtrack.
Oh, wait, maybe I misheard you. I thought he said Myles Garrett was better than TJ Watt?
He said TJ Watt was back, and he's better than Myles Garrett.
Oh, okay, then there's a lie there. Okay, all right, my bad.
And then a few hours later...
I was too focused on what he was saying after the fact.
Yeah, and then he kind of had to walk that back after Myles Garrett did what he did.
Myles has just made it, he's made it not even a question anymore. He's just made it an obvious statement of Myles Garrett best at his job. And I think this is all he's kind of been searching for. And it's because, Daryl, in games like the Patriots game, when they single up on him and they just decide, all right, everybody else can wreck us if we want to. Go ahead, Malik Collins, try your best. See what you can do. We're going to roll the dice with the idea that we're going to let Myles get his 4 or 5 sacks, whatever he ends up with, which is an insane number.
Right.
But we're going to let him get his, and we're going to try to stop everybody else. That's a comfort and something that has been afforded to Myles and Myles exclusively this year.
Well, the thing is, so a couple hours later, he goes, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I retract my previous comments. Myles Garrett is better than TJ Watt right now. He's a man possessed and making less money than Watt. So that's what Myles Garrett is doing to people, okay?
Yeah.
Like, think about it. He's 18 sacks through 11 games, NFL record. The NFL record is 22 and a half sacks in a season. He's got 6 games to get 4.5, which I think that's very doable for Myles.
Yeah.
He's not just going to break the record, in my view. I think he's going to obliterate it. I think he's going to make it unattainable for the next guy, okay? And he could retire today. He's a Hall of Famer, first ballot, unquestioned. And look, I mean, he is right now, I would argue, the face of the Browns. He is the face of the franchise, whether he actually wants to be that or not, but he is, because he's the best player. And just what he is doing right now, like even before this stretch where he is just on this massive tear of 13 sacks in 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
Even before that, like he was like at an all-time level, right? And I would kind of sit in press conferences, whether Jim Schwartz or Kevin Stefanski or previous defensive coordinators that have come through here. Greg Williams, but but there's more there. He can be better. I'm just like, I am sitting there like...
You wondered how.
Right, because...
But now he's showing you.
There's a level of coach speak that's in play here, and I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you're just saying that for the sake of saying it, but I don't know how it's humanly possible. We're seeing how it's humanly possible.
And here's the difference, Darryl. Last year, the Browns didn't have a selling point into how Myles, life is good here. You didn't have that selling point.
Right.
You're on a bad team. He wasn't getting large sack numbers. He was getting 14 a year, like still putting it up there on a consistent basis. But TJ Watt had 22 and a half in a season. Like he wasn't getting 20 at the time. Okay, now he is. This is a selling point the Browns have. If you stay here, these large sack numbers aren't going anywhere. We might not be winning at the rate you want. We're working on that, but you can at least eat. You can feast here in a way that, let's say, the Bills can't promise you, the Eagles can't promise you, the Lions can't promise you. Like, this is a change. This is a good... You had no selling point before. At least you have one now if you're the Browns.
And now you got Lawrence Taylor posting on X, and I'm going to read LT's post.
Okay.
Ton of respect for how this dude goes about his business. He's been doing it on another level for a long time now. There's only so many who truly... alter game plans and keep the other side up at night. Keep doing your thing, Myles. And that's from the all-time great.
Yeah.
The best to ever do it.
Right. He's getting kudos from everywhere and anywhere.
Right. He's now getting that recognition because before it was dismissed because, well, you're on the Browns and the Browns stink, so whatever. And you're seeing everyone across the NFL, both in media, players, coaches, they're all recognizing the greatness that is Myles Garrett. We're lucky to be able to watch this every week, but I'm looking forward to the next 6 weeks and the damage he's about to do. And by the way, Myles Garrett's a big reason why they got the 10 sacks yesterday, because they were so focused on him early in the game that everyone else started to feast, and they're like, we got to now try and stop those guys, and then Myles is there to pounce.
All right, 216-474 to below 92. Something else from this game. Again, Nathan Zagura joining us at 440. Was Deshaun Watson being on the sidelines helpful? Can your opinion of Deshaun be softened? We'll talk about that more next. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan. Hey, guys, it is Jonathan for my friends over there at Book.
end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Sports Talk on 92.3 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And true story, the digital signal's so bad. I live in downtown Cleveland.
Yeah.
But the digital television signal's so bad, my antenna couldn't pick it up. Guess how I watched the Browns game yesterday? Paramount Plus.
There we go. They told me one thing with those reads. They said, don't go off script at all. They said, just stick to the script at all. And you went rogue on me. I got worried for a second where you were going. I really did. I got very worried, but you landed the plane very nicely. Thank you, Daryl. It's Daryl Ryder, Jonathan Peterlin with you guys here on Afternoon Drive. Nathan Zagura joining us in 15 minutes. I want to play this from Kevin Stefanski. So I know, obviously, we talked about it in the pregame show yesterday as well. Coach Riz and myself. We had Mary Kay on. We'll play a clip for you guys from her as well. But Deshaun was there yesterday, and it was very obvious on the television that he was there. For those that don't know, that is the very first road game this year that he'd been to, but he'd been at the home games.
Yes.
And what's interesting, Daryl, is that I felt like there were two people that the cameras were kind of eyeing in on. It was Dion in the press box, like he was Taylor Swift, and the other one was these interactions with Deshaun Watson and then Shedeur Sanders. And I thought it was interesting that they kept going back to it and kept going back to it. Here was Stefanski after the game on how that went down.
Yeah, I mean, Deshaun's been, with us every step of the way this season. He's done a great job in the meeting room, being that veteran that can impart some of the experiences that he's had throughout his career. America, I think, is really invaluable. So it's good to have him out there.
Yeah, and so I felt like the overall, where I thought a lot of people would turn around and be like, get him nowhere near Shedeur, I actually thought people had a level head about this and was like the understanding that even if Deshaun can't help on the field at this point,
right,
he still has a great football mind. By all accounts, it was never an issue with him to be like, I don't know what I'm doing when I'm reading defenses or breaking down plays or doing anything like that. He still has just an absurd amount of football knowledge. And so for that, I really didn't hate it, although the visual, obviously not great.
Yeah, I mean, every time, like as you mentioned, it seemed they were either cutting to Deion Sanders up in his suite, or they were
sweet cowboy hat.
That was a nice cowboy hat he was wearing. But or they were cutting to Shedeur next to Deshaun with the tablet, going over the pictures or the video, whatever it is they were watching.
It's important to note too, it wasn't just sitting there and being like, "Hey, Shedeur, good job."
No, they were they were
breaking down plays.
Yeah, they were breaking down the plays, and you could see Shedeur was explaining what he was seeing. You could see that Deshaun was trying to explain what he should be seeing, or what he you could see that interaction between those two, and I don't have a problem with it. I mean, listen, they are paying Deshaun Watson a grand total of $230 million, and if he can't help them on the field, which he can't right now, and he hadn't helped them on the field much prior to these two Achilles injuries, then fine. Hey, if he can help one of these kids develop, in this case Shedeur, into something, right, then why not? I mean, you have a resource there. Yeah. Use it. So anyone that's upset at that I think that you're just angry for the sake of being angry, or angry just because it's Deshaun.
I get the person that, just seeing Deshaun on their television screen is going to make him angry. I understand that person. I get the person that just seeing his face pop up in the way that it did, it's like, no, please, I don't want that. I don't want you anywhere near the team. I'd move you to Canada if I could, just as far away as I possibly could get you if they let me do such a thing. So I get that, but it was interesting how in the moment I thought, like, yeah, that's That's a valuable asset. That's somebody that really can help. And I thought Coach Riz made a good point in the pregame talking with myself, where he was going over what Deshaun can gain out of it too. It's not just a one-sided relationship. It's not just Shedeur gets the plays broken down and then he gets to benefit and that's it. This is also for Deshaun in many ways. Like going through the mental reps that he gets to go through right now and the experience of that once again is a beneficial thing to a quarterback. That does matter for Deshaun.
Does Deshaun have a coaching future? 216-474-0092.
Well, wouldn't that be one of the wildest turn of events if he just wanted to stay in football and then all of a sudden ended up being some sort of coach or something like that? I don't see that on the horizon. I really don't. But
listen, I'm just throwing it out there.
He's making himself seem good, and he's making it whatever knowledge he's able to give off. Like in Bill Musgrave, you were in that press conference with him. He couldn't stop talking about what a great asset Deshaun Watson is during these games.
Yeah,
like they genuinely do believe that he's helping, and because they believe that he's helping. As poor of a person as I think Deshaun Watson is, and I got to continue to put that out there,
right?
I left being like, all right, I guess this isn't the worst thing in the world. I left thinking, there was a time where I thought, get Deshaun away from these guys, please, as far as you possibly can. I don't want him anywhere near him, but there is value there. There's something the same way. If there was a sports talk radio host, there's been enough of them with troubled past, okay? But if there's one that was exceptional at their job at one point, really, really great at their job at one point. They did some problematic things, but then all of a sudden the station hired them and they said, get in a room, see what you can learn with that person. All right, there's got to be something I can learn from that guy. Might not be the world's greatest human, but there's got to be something I can learn from this guy.
What not to do?
Maybe. What not to do, what to do, anything in between. And so I guess I just didn't take it as the worst thing in the world that Deshaun was there. Maybe I should have. I don't know. But it clearly seemed like he was helping out Shedeur in big-time moments.
Well, look, he's been in the locker room quite a bit as well. When we have been in there to talk to players, he's been in his locker getting dressed and talking to teammates and whatnot. Whether you, me, or anyone else likes it, the fact of the matter, he's still a member of the organization. He's on the team, albeit right now he's on the the reserve PUP. There's no real timetable for them to activate him. I know there was that myth that was put out there that there was some deadline that the Browns had to make a decision with him, and that's not the case. So if they don't deem him healthy, they don't even have to start the window, the 21-day window if they don't want to.
No, they can let this thing go and then all the way into the offseason and then revisit it.
But if you can get something out of this guy, I know we're putting the cart before the horse here, but like if Shedeur Sanders turns out to be the guy, okay?
Yeah.
And if Deshaun Watson can help make that happen by being the eyes and ears on the sideline during these games to help Shedeur get through stuff, see situations, read defenses, just help him during the week with game prep and all those things, so be it. That could be his greatest contribution to the organization.
Yeah, it's a different way to get your money's worth, right?
Right. And by the way, Shedeur's on a 5th-round pick rookie contract.
So you just balance the two of them out.
Right,
all right, Deshaun, you're getting $46 million, and so Shedeur, you're getting a lot less than that. Okay, yeah, between the two of them, we're good.
Yeah.
You equal one Patrick Mahomes. Okay. 216-474-0092. Kelly in Cleveland. What's up, Kelly?
So I agree with you completely. I feel like Deshaun Watson absolutely could be giving his expertise to our young quarterbacks. But my question is, why hasn't he been doing this for 2 years? We've been paying him millions and millions and millions of dollars. And this is the first away game he's been to. Why hasn't he helped Gabe Dillon? Why hasn't he helped any of our other quarterbacks? Why now?
Well, he's been helping this year, number one. Number two,
he said this is his first away game he's been to, though.
There's travel restrictions when you have injuries, too. They don't want you getting on airplanes and things like that. So, now, granted, he has been doing his own traveling in his personal life, as we have seen on Instagram, because he is not shy about. Are you
making the suggestion that maybe he's got more invested in Shedeur's success than maybe he does Dillon and like some of the other quarterbacks? Because
I'm just wondering if does he have a personal connection with Deion Sanders? I mean, is there a reason that he's now helping Shedeur and he hasn't been willing to help anybody else?
All fair. My understanding of it,
there from the beginning.
My understanding of it is that he's got a close relationship with both Shedeur and Dillon. But you raise an interesting point, and one that I want to kick around for a second here. And thank you, Kelly. I do appreciate it. The idea that He didn't go to any away games with Dylan. And I don't know with your travel restrictions with injuries or anything like that. I don't know if that's just something that he just wasn't allowed to do or the team wasn't letting him. But they were letting him be there for the home games for Dylan, and he was helping out there. I think with the away games, I mean,
but it was Dylan Gabriel, so the cameras weren't exactly focused all the time on everything Dylan Gabriel was doing on the sidelines, where now it's Shedeur Sanders who commands the attention, and so the cameras are focused on everything Shedeur is doing, and that's why, you see Deshaun up in the
If Deshaun likes Shedeur and wants him to succeed, and so then he's willing to go on these trips to go ahead and do that, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Like, we play favorites in life. Like, and I don't know this relationship at all. From what I've been told, he likes Dylan the same way he likes Shedeur. But if at the end of the day it comes out that he likes Shedeur and wanted to see him succeed, I have no problem with that. I don't. We all have people we like more than others in life, and we want to say we'll go a little bit further and go the extra mile to have them maybe have success.
Here's the other part of this too.
It's not great from a Browns fan perspective because you want him to root for everybody, but this isn't how life works.
Based on just what they have been saying about Dylan.
Yeah,
Dylan maybe not in need of that kind of off the field help.
And Dylan might not have wanted more voices in his ear as the game is going on either. I don't know. We don't know how that works. He had it for the home games though, so it is an interesting dichotomy that we're talking about. Maybe for more on this, also how exactly did Shedeur perform and the hope that we're seeing now. Nathan Zagura going to join us next right here on Afternoon Drive.
for 92.3 The Fan.
This traffic report is fueled by True North Convenience Stores and True Rewards mobile app.
Download the True Rewards app from True North Stores. Join today and save 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up and save 5 cents every day. Get member-only offers and stackable fuel savings in the palm of your hand. Find it in your app store. True North Stores and True Rewards. Fast, friendly, clean.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys. We go out to the Fan hotline. Browns analyst Nathan Zagura joining us here on 92.3 The Fan. Nathan, how are we doing today?
Doing well. It's always a little bit better on a Victory Monday. So, yeah, doing well. Good to be with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we're feeling pretty high today, obviously. Not only just a blowout win, but also Shedeur looking the way that he did. So let's start there. Obviously, you had a few big-time plays. I loved what I saw. Obviously, there's things you can clean up as well, though, Nathan. What was your takeaway with Shedeur's first career start?
Yeah, I was very pleased. I mean, the fact is he brought a big play excitement to our offense and to our passing game that hasn't been there all year. The 3 longest pass plays of the 2025 Cleveland Browns season all occurred on just 20 pass attempts from Shedeur Sanders in the game against the Las Vegas Raiders. And, you think about how the blitz and cover 0 blitzes from the Ravens gave him trouble the week before. I thought it was so encouraging to see him get a cover 0 blitz, 3rd and 9, I believe it was, from the Raiders in the first quarter. He knows he's going to have an unblocked rusher. He's got to make one guy miss. He gets out of the pocket to the right and then throws a strike to Isaiah Bond, 55 yards in the air, on the run, on the money to set up Quinshon Judkins' second touchdown. I thought that was just such a great ball there. I thought we saw significant improvement in terms of not drifting back out of the pocket, not turning his back to the defense and taking, these crazy sacks. He only took 1 sack in the game. So I was really encouraged. Big plays matter. Chunk plays matter. When these offenses under Kevin Stefanski have been at their best, they've been able to get chunk plays. Going back to 2020 with Baker Mayfield, obviously with Joe Flacco, there were portions of time when Deshaun Watson was playing his best football where you had some of those chunk plays. Obviously, Jameis Winston last year. That's what was missing so far this year. And to see, Shedeur Sanders bring that back was really, really encouraging. Now, he's got to do a little bit better with his eyes at times. I think his eyes led to that interception. He's got to let that flat defender get out there, use your eyes, look him out, widen him up so you can hit that stick route. But those are things that will come. That's some of the nuance. But I thought the clear improvement in his pocket presence from week 1 to week 2 was massive. And then obviously his ability to hit the big plays. That's what this offense has been missing.
Nathan, Kevin Stefanski normally waits till Wednesday or even later in the week to tell us who the starting quarterback is going to be when he ends up in a situation like this. Didn't do that today. It is going to be Shedeur against the 49ers. What does Shedeur have to do to keep himself in that spot the rest of the way?
Yeah, I think, and it was. I love that Kevin Stefanski announced it today. I love that. Said, look, Shedeur showed us something. We want to see more of it, and really, I'd like to see him continue to get more and more opportunities because his ceiling is such that he has the potential. I mean, there's a lot to clean up and a long way to go, but the potential to make you say, oh, maybe we do have our quarterback here. As I said, long way to go, but he has that kind of upside. That's why everybody who watched the film, of him coming out of the draft had him as either a first-round prospect. Mel Kiper had him, obviously, at the top of the first round. And then those who were, quote-unquote, as detractors had him in the middle of the second round. He's got that franchise quarterback type of ability. So I'm excited about it. So what does he have to do to keep doing it? I think he has to keep showing improvement. Keep showing improvement in the pocket. Keep showing improvement in terms of using his eyes and being able to see things in defenses and taking, some of the layups, letting some of the easy schemed-up plays be easy and get those yards. Because what we saw is out of structure, he did very, very well in this game. I thought he made a nice throw, obviously, on the swing pass, very much in structure to Dylan Sampson. Got some great blocks. That was a big one. But I think that's what it is. Take care of the football. We got to get that completion percentage up. And I think that will come by getting some of those in structure, easier throws. There were a couple plays when you go back and watch tape. There's one where he rolled out left and he was waiting on the big play, and I liked it. I liked that he reads top down, but he had Jerry Jeudy on kind of a deep comeback right there, and if his feet were kind of ready for the possibility that it could go from 1 to 2, I think he hits that play, and it's an easy kind of 15-yard completion and a nice gain for the Browns offense. So those are kind of the things where you want to see some of that progress. But honestly, he keeps making big plays on offense. He takes care of the football, and his pocket presence continues to improve. There's something kind of infectious about his energy, and I would imagine that with his upside, he'll continue to get more chances.
You mentioned Jerry Jeudy. Nathan, we played the clip earlier in the show of you on the call yesterday describing what happened as Jerry Jeudy had the fumble. I was almost encouraged because it was a really nice play, not only by Shedeur, but also by Jerry, and just making the catch to begin with. And so, like, for me, like, that part can translate. How much do you see it now if we move forward with this, the idea that then he'll obviously take a different approach? So I just don't look at it as, like, the biggest deal in the world.
Unfortunately, it's one of those things that happen in a win, so it's not ultimately the biggest deal in the world. But you want to have a little bit more ball security awareness right there. And I think on the broadcast, I kind of likened it to in a basketball game where you got to let somebody know. And you had some players behind them, and maybe they were trying to verbally communicate that somebody was coming from behind. And Jerry Jeudy's played in the league a long time. He knows that somebody's going to be running him down from behind. So he's got to do a better job with that ball security. But I think one of the things that's going to be good for Jerry Jeudy coming out of this game is, hey, the ball can come to you at any time. And I think we've seen as this season's gone on, you know, some of the receivers maybe not thinking on their go routes, the ball's going to come to me. And we saw that with Jerry Jeudy and Cedric Tillman both in this game, and Shedeur's not afraid to throw it out there. So I think it's going to be kind of invigorating to the wide receivers and Jerry Jeudy to know, look, if you run your route hard, you get open, the ball's going to come to you. And sometimes even in a one-on-one situation, the ball's going to come to you even if you don't think you are open, to give you a shot to make a play. And that's kind of what Jameis did when he was with the Cleveland Browns. You know, Flacco when he had it going back in 2023. That's the kind of things they did, and it becomes infectious. So I'm hoping that there is some pickup for that, because Jerry Jeudy still can create separation. He can still get open, and you know, you want to see him be able, when he gets that 39-yard catch and run, you know, convert that so that it's just a purely positive play. That would have been his biggest play of the season. That was a good play for the Browns, for Jerry Jeudy. You want to see them build on that.
Yeah, what you're describing, Nathan, I love, because it's we saw that with the Ced Tillman play where he just kind of gave up on the play and didn't realize the ball was even going to come to him. Once they start realizing Shedeur can go to anybody at any time, maybe some of that goes away.
Yep. Absolutely. And that's one of the things, too, that it also stresses a defense. The defenses are going to take note. You can go watch some of our tape, and there were games where the defense go back to Pittsburgh, they were convinced the ball was not going to go over their heads. They weren't even worried that it was going to be thrown on some of those routes. Now, part of that was because Don Gabriel got hit 17 times. That game didn't have a lot of time, but that hasn't been something that we've put on tape that we're willing to throw it out there. And I think one of the biggest beneficiaries of Shedeur Sanders being the quarterback for the Browns is Isaiah Bond. I like Isaiah Bond. I've liked him the whole time. And if you go back and watch, there are probably 5 or 6 plays where he was behind the defense like he was in this one, where the ball just either didn't get to him fully or the ball's not even thrown. So, yeah, I think this is a good, and that keeps the guys engaged. That gets them excited to know that, okay, no matter what it is, even if I'm running what they call, you know, kind of just a clear out route, if I win, I can get the football. And so I think that's a very good thing, and that's one thing Shedeur brings, certainly.
Nathan, one thing that really struck me as I was watching the game is the Browns sideline during the game. Every time they would cut to the sideline, the energy that I would see there, and then this isn't against anyone who has played earlier in the season, but like it felt different. The energy felt different, and you know, as you know, Shedeur has that very energetic personality. He's a high energy type of player. How much can that bleed into the rest of the team and maybe help these guys with 6 games to play and what has been a disappointing season in a very positive fashion going down the stretch here?
Well, first of all, you're exactly right, and it's not a comment on anybody else. It's just a comment on Shedeur and the energy he brings. But I talked to a bunch of the players today, and yeah, they said it felt different. There was some juice, and I think you go back to that throw to Isaiah Bond. The throw to Isaiah Bond, I think, was, if this all goes well, and you know, let's say Shedeur keeps playing well, and we keep playing well as a team, that throw was very pivotal, because we've all seen the video of Miles on the sideline.
Yep.
Myles Garrett, who right now is on a generational run and really is the best player in the NFL, period, like full stop. When you get his eyes bugging out of his head, that gets people going. That's saying, wait a second, we haven't seen this in a while. Man, if we can have this along with what we're doing defensively, now we've got something. So there is a belief that all of a sudden we can go down the field quickly. We can hit big plays. We can score. We had a 52-yard pass, a 39-yard pass, a 66-yard catch and run pass in this game. I think that that's huge. So, yeah, there is a different energy, and I think that it gives the defense a little confidence. Now, the irony is you could go on the negative side and say there was basically 2 quarters of this game where we didn't get a first down. Yeah. And that's where kind of getting some of those layups to be layups and being able to get those good drive starters and being able to, pick up a few first downs, that's important. But that, I think, comes with more reps and more experience. I think that's something that he will get better because his natural tendency is to be a playmaker, and we saw that. But I think it does give energy to everybody out there. And, I'd be remiss if I end up not getting off the air with you guys not mentioned this defense. 10 sacks. 10 sacks. Myles Garrett, 13 sacks, 16 tackles for loss in his last 4 games. That's a first-team All-Pro season for a defensive end, and he's done it in 4 games. It's just what he's doing right now, incredible, and you got to give credit to Malik Collins and Mason Graham, Mike Hall, Shelby Harris, collapsing the pocket in the middle. The quarterbacks have nowhere to go, and so Isaiah McGuire and obviously Miles and Jim Schwartz moving Miles around, dialing up blitzes, getting, Devin Bush to the quarterback, getting, Grant Delpit to the quarterback, and some of those where maybe they don't get the sack, but they hit the quarterback, he moves, and he ends up running right into the waiting arms. But it is fun to watch what this defense is doing right now, really at all 3 levels. You have guys playing at a very, very high level. But this defensive line, and I talked to some of those guys today as well, they haven't gotten to play with a lead like that where the opponent had to throw the ball. They knew the opponent was throwing the ball first down, second down, third down. That's what makes kind of what Miles has done throughout his career, even all the more impressive. But if we can get this defense some leads, teams are not going to have a chance against this defense.
Well, they were excellent, and so are you today, Nathan. We appreciate the insight as always, and we'll catch up with you later. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, enjoy it. Fun times today.
No doubt about it. Thank you so much. Nathan Zagura right there on the fan hotline, getting everyone excited, getting everyone juiced up. In fact, he got so excited there, I kept waiting to ask him about Judkins.
We didn't even have to ask him about the direct snap,
all these type of things. But that's what I wanted. That's what I was looking for all day long. That's why we opened the show with the celebration. We were popping all sorts of different things off here. So that's what I'm talking about right there. It is. It's a Browns win, a dominating Browns win, and Shador looked good in the process. You can't ask for much more. The lead coming your way next, right here on The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I remember being very worried about Matthew Stafford's back late this summer. What a waste of energy. The Rams QB looks pretty good now through 11 games and 9 wins. 3 more touchdowns in last night's rout of the Bucs, further cementing him as the MVP leader. And his Rams, the best team in the NFC until further.
offense seemed to be a little bit more excited, but I came away so happy and relieved. And let me tell you this, and this is going to be the most unpopular thing I say today. I want to give a lot of credit to Tommy Rees, Kevin Stefanski, and the coaching staff, because I thought the game plan was excellent.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
All right, back out of here on The Fan. It is Daryl sitting in for Nick today on Afternoon Drive. We did a celebration, and it's really hard to say that. I'm happy I nailed it in the moment because we have not nailed it since then.
Celebration?
Yeah, very hard for me for whatever reason.
Hard for you, easy for me.
And so we've kept the celebration going. I still do have one more confetti cannon. I'm not going to set it off, though. I'm not. That was a one and done. I have the other one earmarked for a very special occasion in Shedeur Sanders' life that we'll wait for.
What, a Super Bowl?
I said I have it earmarked for a special occasion later on in Shedeur Sanders' life that we will not get to right now.
And I'm trying to find out what that special occasion would be.
Just maybe. I have like 4 of them, all with different tags of Shedeur Sanders' accomplishments, and they're set for different ones.
All I'm saying is,
just maybe, once he knocks each one of them off, we will then do it in successive order. Maybe, just maybe.
You better hope.
Maybe, just maybe.
You better hope I don't find that second confetti cannon because it is going to go off.
Oh, yeah.
And we are not going to clean the studio for Ken Carman.
We have to.
No,
we have to. No, we have to clean the studio for him.
We don't have to do anything. No.
I know. It's like my mom yelling at me to clean up. It's like exactly what I feel with Ken. I will not disappoint Ken in that way. We will make sure that the studio is clean.
I live to disappoint Ken.
Well, I mean, it's a lifetime occurrence for myself, but I've gotten to a spot where I'm like, all right, I'll let Nick, agitate him, anger him, whatever time he wants to. But for myself, I'm like, all right, we're going to keep the peace here. Let's keep the peace. Lobbed enough grenades already today. We'll keep the peace. All right, Stefanski spoke with the media today. He gave the following update on who the Browns starting quarterback will be next Sunday against the 49ers.
Dillon Gabriel cleared concussion protocol. Shedeur will start this week. Obviously, number one job of quarterback is to win. So excited to get that first win under his belt. And then next thing is improvement. And that's what young players do. Certainly young quarterbacks do. You get one game better, and that's just from working at it. So that'll be our focus.
Oh, hallelujah. Good for Kevin Stefanski stepping out of his shell and just coming out and telling us. Because typically, this is a drama that plays out throughout the week, right? We would go to Wednesday and have to ask the same question. You didn't even have to ask Kevin today who the starter was going to be against the San Francisco 49ers. So good for Kevin. I don't know what happened to the actual Kevin Stefanski, but I'm glad that he...
Well, Shedeur Sanders happened.
Shedeur Sanders happened. They won a game. That also happened. They completed a pass beyond 5 yards multiple times in the game. That also happened.
The reality is that Shedeur left him with no other choice.
Yes.
And that's exactly the spot that we all said.
And maybe the front office and ownership, too.
Well, but we all said that's what he had to do, though. But they have a choice. If he stinks on Saturday, like if he had stunk on Saturday against the Raiders, they had a choice. It's all right, I guess, Dillon, you cleared the concussion protocol. You're now back out there, and then Shedeur would have had to walk back with his tail between his legs, and everyone would have said, oh, we knew about him the entire time and all this other nonsense that people had been peddling for months on end. But Shedeur did what Shedeur does. He made it undeniable, and it's a beautiful trait that he has. You just knew in that moment there was no way he was letting anything short of what happened on Saturday happen, where he made enough plays, he stretched the field, he showed you why he's not Dillon Gabriel, and that's what he needed to do, and he pulled it off to a point where Stefanski would have had to have been an absolute idiot to do anything but what he did today.
I just have one request of Shedeur.
What's that?
Don't make me watch Dillon Gabriel play football the rest of the season.
I like that as well. I like to be interested in the football team on Sunday. I like to see the offense go. I like to see it be vertical. I like to see all the fun that we saw on Sunday. Nathan Zagura joined us last segment, Odyssey Rewind. You can check that one out. He broke down Shedeur Sanders' performance in his first career start.
I was very pleased. I mean, the fact is he brought a big play excitement to our offense and to our passing game that hasn't been there all year. The 3 longest pass plays of the 2025 Cleveland Brown season all occurred on just 20 pass attempts from Shedeur Sanders in the game. Thought we saw significant improvement in terms of not drifting back out of the pocket, not turning his back to the defense and taking, these crazy sacks. He only took 1 sack in the game. So I was really encouraged. Big plays matter. Chunk plays matter. When these offenses under Kevin Stefanski have been at their best, they've been able to get chunk plays. That's what was missing so far this year. And to see, Shedeur Sanders bring that back was really, really encouraging. Clear improvement in his pocket presence from week one to week 2 was massive. And then obviously his ability to hit the big plays. That's what this offense has been missing.
It was massive. And I love that Nathan zeroed in on the idea that big plays matter. One of the reasons why I got mad with Lima earlier is when he brought up the success rate and the lack thereof. Success rate is a stat, Daryl, that is predicated on the idea that they care more about converting first downs than they do, plays that go for 56 yards. A 3rd and 8 completion like he had to Isaiah Bond is equal, according to success rate, it's equal to the same value as if you had a 3rd and 8 pass that went for 9 yards. They care about converting first downs. And the Browns didn't do a good job with that. I don't think anybody's shying away from that. They didn't do a great job in converting first downs, but he made big plays. That's the part that matters the most. That's something that this team had been lacking in.
3 pass plays of over 35 yards, 39-yard completion to Jerry Jeudy.
Dillon's longest pass took into the last game that he played, and it was in the first half, and it went 25 yards. Like that was it. We got that and that took 6 games for Dillon to do that. You just mentioned 3 that went beyond that, and that was in the first full game that Shedeur had.
Yeah, Isaiah Bond, the 52-yarder that set up the first Quinshon Judkins direct snap touchdown, and then, of course, the 66-yarder that saw Dylan Sampson run all 66 yards for the touchdown on the screen pass, which, oh, by the way, Dylan Gabriel threw into the bench when it was set up for him. So, it's not like we're comparing apples to oranges here. We are comparing apples to apples. Shedeur Sanders clearly superior on Sunday in comparison to what we had seen from Dylan Gabriel.
All right, Myles Garrett broke his own single-season sack record with the Browns in yesterday's game. He was asked about reaching 17 sacks through 11 games and if he has eyes set on the NFL record.
It feels good. It feels real good. It felt better to see all my guys. I feel like each of them got a sack. That's the thing I'm most excited about. That's what put a smile on my face. Being able to have the franchise record, I kind of expect that of myself. I'll continue to set the bar higher and higher. Chasing Mike, chasing greatness. If God wills it, I'll go get it. Hopefully sooner rather than later. I don't try to delay this thing, but I want it to come in a win. I want to have a chance to play some games in January and in February. So we got to win out. We got to hope some things go our way. It would be great. But we have a lot bigger and more pressing things to deal with.
NFL sack record now squarely in his sights. 100%. I think not only is he going to set that record, he's going to obliterate.
I hope he does. I hope he makes an embarrassment of the record. I hope he not just gets to 23. I hope he gets to 26 or 27. Something that is kind of like when baseball's home run record got shattered. It wasn't just it's McGuire hitting 70. It's Sosa hitting 66. It is not just beating it and limping and getting over the finish line. It is destroying it, and that's what I'd like to see.
I want to see him leave Strahan and TJ Watt in the dust.
Yeah, I think that'd be the coolest thing ever, and make it not even close.
And then I need video of Andrew Filipponi in Pittsburgh crying because TJ Watt's record got blown away.
I don't even know that he's going to have the tears come out, if we're being honest about it. I think he might just have to accept this is what it is. It sounded like his tweet yesterday was accepting reality a little bit.
Yeah, he went from TJ Watt is back and he's better to Miles to an hour later. He's like, yep, I was wrong. I got to retract that. Miles is better.
I'm at the spot of the program where it's like Miles can do whatever he wants in the offseason, and I'm just going to be right there alongside with him.
Yeah.
But at least now the Browns have a selling point. They have something that they can sell to him and say, if you stay here, this defensive line isn't going anywhere. This is something that we can replicate. Jim Schwartz isn't going anywhere. Buffalo doesn't have a Jim Schwartz.
I hope that fans at least can appreciate what Miles is doing right now.
I think they are, and oddly enough, and I know Miles has been very appreciated throughout his time that he's been here, but it's never been to the rate that I always thought he should be.
And also,
it feels like now it is.
Yeah, but also understand what you're watching too.
Yeah,
this is, and it's not hyper. We throw historic around all the time.
Yeah.
In our business. No, what he is doing right now is downright historic. It has never been done in the National Football League, and I hope fans can take a moment while enjoying it to really appreciate the greatness that we are witnessing. This is an all-time great season being put together by the greatest defensive player in Cleveland Browns history.
No doubt.
Oh, my turn to read one?
I was going to do it for you if you didn't speak in any moment there.
I was ready to go, but
I
you
was
were
waiting,
on a roll.
nothing happened, and then I'm like, no doubt.
More from Kevin Stefanski. He was asked about Jerry Jeudy's fumble yesterday on his only reception that went for 39 yards.
I think he was setting the player in front of him up to make a move there. He will be better. That's really a play that we expect him to make. That's a huge play for our football team. We're about to get 7 points, if not 3, on that drive, and that's a big play for us. And Jerry knows this, and we remind him and remind our players. It's always the guy that you can't see that they're coming. So I don't think it was a loaf. It was a lack of ball security technique.
It'll be interesting to see what happens the next time Jerry Jeudy makes a big-time play and then gets an open space. I would imagine the Madden juke spin move that he was attempting to try to do that would have happened after if he had not been hit from behind won't happen again.
Just maintain the 4 or 5 points of pressure on the football next time, Jerry.
He's going to hold it like I hold my little child, okay? He's going to hold it like it's like the world. And in my case, it is. But in his case, that football might as well be 2 at this point.
What was it?
As I drop a pen,
What movie was it? He had to walk around with the football, and if he dropped it, remember they were in the class, and the ball got knocked out, and they all ended up down on the floor. Was it the program?
You sound like you're describing Bore on the Floor, which is a secession thing, and I don't think that's what you're going for.
No, that's not what I'm going for, but I don't know. Maybe they need to do that with Jerry Jeudy this week out in Berea.
Oh, geez. That could get dicey. That could get dicey real quick. Cavs on the road tonight playing the Raptors, who've won 7 straight games after scoring 37 last night. Donovan said he feels like his game is the most complete it's ever been.
I felt like I was in shape early, but also understanding you're at a different point in your career where you see things differently. You understand the guys around you, understand what's going on, you're reading, and obviously scoring-wise, I feel like I'm at my best right now, efficiency-wise. But I think, just as a complete player, I think the only thing I complain about to myself is the turnovers. I have to score, but also get guys in the right spots, consistent. Last year, having to play at that pace in the playoffs was different for, obviously everybody around the East, but now you're seeing that every night, right? So that kind of prepared me to come out here and say, okay, even though they are pressing you, it's not always downhill to attack, it's downhill to create.
Donovan Mitchell, by the way, named Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Also, if you're wondering who is playing for the Cavaliers tonight, Donovan is. He posted on X, he does let him know that means he's playing.
Yeah.
It would be shorter to read the players that are actually playing for the Cavs than the guys that are out. It is a very long, lengthy injury list, so good luck to the Wine and Gold and the 4 or 5 guys, or the 5 or 6 guys that are actually going to be available to play the game north of the border against Toronto.
Lucky for them, I have a 49ers game to scout out tonight anyway. And remember, the scouting is real, the hat is very fake.
Back-to-back
I put my
weeks.
Scouting hat on, the hat is fake, the scouting is very real.
Back-to-back weeks, we get to scout on Monday Night Football. Raiders last week getting blown out by the Cowboys. We'll see if the 49ers get blown out
And you know
tonight.
what? In a weird way, it was encouraging to watch the Raiders on Monday Night Football because it was really like, all right, in case you hadn't checked in a while, they really do stink. It's going to be an all right game. We'll be fine. We'll see what happens tonight. Hopefully at the end of tonight, I'm like, all right, Shador can do a lot of damage here. 216-474-0092. Let's get back to Shador in the conversation. He had a quote to CBS after the game. Everybody wants me to fail. Is that true? 216-474-0092. We'll open the phone lines back up to you guys. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys on Afternoon Drive.
All right, gentlemen. This is Emmitt Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect
more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Turkey or ham? Who the hell cares? Stuff your face and take in football Thanksgiving Day on The Fan, the radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Take The Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys on Afternoon Drive. And so, it's funny, I do the pregame shows with Coach Riz, and so I'm done at about 1 o'clock or so, and then usually when I drive home, I'll either put the fan on and I'll listen to Nathan, and I'll go about my day that way until I get home. But it was such a big time game. I was like, you know what? I want to hear what Ross has to say. I want to put up the main TV, right? And so it's not that I was sitting there watching the game as I'm driving down the highway, because that's incredibly unsafe, and I would never just outright tell you guys that was happening. But I also need to be honest with you guys and tell you that was just outright happening. So I don't condone that. That was awful. It's not great by me, but I couldn't resist it. And I told Coach Riz before I left, I was like, oh, this is not going to be good. Because if he's really, really good the way that I think he's going to be, or really exciting the way that I think the game is going to be, right? How am I going to keep my eyes on both? And so I was doing more of I'll just listen and I'll just go about it and whatever. So anyway, long story short.
You pulled over?
No, didn't pull over. I managed to basically just treat Ross Tucker like he was the radio. It's basically what I ended up doing. It's what I had to do because I was focused a little bit too much. And then I also had to call my wife and be like, all right, just tape the... I always tape the game, but every week I have to call her and be like, hey, can you tape the game for me? As if this is 2012 and we're dealing with TiVos. And so I'm like, can you tape the game and make sure I'm not going to make it in time?
Do you not program your DVR ahead of time?
No, I never do. There's nothing I DVR ever in life. The games are the only thing I DVR. I shouldn't even have a box anymore. The only thing I DVR are the games itself. That's it. That's the only thing. And every week I do the same exact thing.
I just rewatch them on my laptop.
I do the same thing. I'll be fine. I'll catch the rewatch. When I rewatch the game later on, then I'll catch up everything that I listened to with Nathan, and we'll be fine. And Andrew Siciliano. And I always tell myself that, but I couldn't miss it. And so anyway, I'm driving. And there's a little bit of a buffer room, right, before you actually get kickoff and then, everything, because we get done here about 10 minutes before the game actually gets underway.
And then you need time to do the anthem, the coin flip, all that stuff.
It's a whole what do you do, right?
It's like a 103 or 105
They're better than the NBA are when it comes to that stuff. But
tip-off's at 7. Meanwhile, the networks don't get you. Tip-off's actually not until 7:15.
So I heard this clip, though, from Shador. And it happened right before the game got underway. And we'll obviously comment on what happened after the game as well. But when I heard this clip, I want to share my reaction, and I want to hear what you thought as well.
What do you hope to show against this Raiders defense, your teammates, yourself, and these Browns fans with your play today?
I'm who they've been looking for.
When he said that, I almost swerved off the road. And the idea that I loved it so much, and the idea that I had been waiting, we all had been waiting, not since Baker, Reagan, Mayfield have you seen a Browns quarterback exude that much confidence, that borderline arrogance, dare I say.
I know.
But I loved it. I loved every second of it. That's a guy right there that believes in himself in a way that I believe in him, and I loved every bit of that, because it's part of the intrigue and it's part of the fascination, but it's also part of the reason why I feel like if I want to take you inside the Shador Sanders fan mind, it's that right there, that unwavering belief in himself that everything's going to be all right, nothing bad is going to happen, I got this, I'm cool, calm, I'll bet on myself. If you don't want to bet on me, I'll bet on myself. And this is the type of stuff that I really do think is infectious when it comes to these players.
Yeah,
they relate to this stuff. You want your quarterback, your QB1, you want your guy to be feeling this way before he goes into a game. There had to have been a bunch of people listening that said, oh no, I can't believe he said that. He's writing checks his mouth can't cash. And then you watched what happened. And when you can back it up the way that he does, I just think that's awesome.
When he said that was my first thought. Great soundbite, but man, if he goes out there and lays an egg, That's going to come
but
back
people like that don't even they didn't even conceive the possibility that laying an egg was on the table. He didn't even conceive it. I mean, it was
you have to understand, I have watched a lot of rookie quarterbacks first starts with the Cleveland Browns, and I was like, oh boy, he really set the bar.
You never heard Dylan Gabriel go into his start saying, I'm who they've been looking for.
I know.
Like, there was a confidence attached to making that statement that I understood it. In that moment, I thought to myself, it's the reason why I've only ever backed a couple quarterbacks in life, Baker being one, Shador being the other. Both of them exuded this mentality that Shador has, and the belief in himself that he has, and I'm going to make this successful. To hell or high water, I'm going to make this work. There's not another option. And this is the one game he's got, because, Daryl, we all know, if that game stunk and he stunk up the joint, Dylan Gabriel was named the quarterback for San Francisco today. He had to make it all work, and there's people that thrive under this type of setting. He's one of them. Not a doubt in my mind yesterday was going to go the way that it did, and it's partly because he's the same guy that would have the stones to make that type of statement in that moment when 99.9% of people are going, oh, no. Oh, you can't possibly say that.
And by the way,
you can't possibly say that. Shador is saying, watch me.
It was a walk-off line, too, because he said it, and he turned and walked away, smiling.
Because of course he did. Because in his mind, and he talked about it after the game, the idea that he'd played out this game already in his head, hey, it wasn't going to fail. I've already done this game. I was doing this game Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I mentally have played this game already. It wasn't going to fail. There's so much I love about that clip that I think so many people that are listening right now just don't understand that like why I love that the way that I did. So I'm trying to convey it because I'm not on an island. I know other people heard that and loved it as well, but there's just a mentality. We talk about built different all the time.
Yes.
It's such an athlete cliche, built different. Oh, I'm built different. Shador's built different. You don't hear quarterbacks go into that game with that pressure, with that bad offensive line, with that bad receiving core, all that.
And his dad up in the suite.
All that stacked against him. You don't hear people come into it that way, but he knew.
Yeah.
He knew.
Good. I mean, look, good for him. Good for him. And you're right. You have to have that mentality. And it does come off a lot. It can come off at times the wrong way. But when I heard it, I didn't view it as a negative. I was just like, I've seen 13 of these. This is the 13th one I'm going to see. None of them have gone well.
Well, you probably thought to yourself, I can't believe he just said that.
Yeah, I did.
That's the point.
And then he went out and played as well as he did. He hit that throw to Isaiah Bond, and then they showed, and Miles, his eyes got real big and smiled. I'm like, oh boy, they have something here.
You could have shut the game off right then and there.
Yep.
You didn't need to see any more. You knew the game was in the bag, and you knew Shador had done something that had earned him the right.
It was 7-0, and I was like, that's ball game.
That's ball game.
That's going to be ball game.
Blouses, over.
And that's exactly what it ultimately ended up being. So good for him.
But Daryl, what I'm speaking to is the idea that it's going to take someone special. It's going to take someone different to break with this Browns quarterback curse has been.
It's going to have to take someone out of left field, because here's the thing, and this is I have lamented this forever, and we've talked over the years about this. Mm-hmm. Everyone else in the NFL can find quarterbacks out of thin air except for the Cleveland Browns. I'm talking franchise quality, like the Browns, just for whatever reason, it escapes them. The ability to find their guy escapes them. And then, or when they think they found their guy, C. Baker, there are just circumstances that are involved with that just doesn't allow either party to continue together, and then we're back to square one. Or they throw all the chips to the middle of the table for someone who has an unseeming, off the field, baggage, whatever, right? However you want to put that. And that's because they're desperate. They now go down that path, right? I am convinced. And this not only goes for the Guardians, it goes for the Browns. It took for the Cavaliers to win an NBA championship, an all-time historic comeback out of nowhere type of a situation, right? That just to win the one. They won one. LeBron was here for 11 years. They got one in the case. That's it. Out of 5 cracks at it, right? I am of the belief if the Guardians are ever going to win the World Series, it's going to come out of left field. It's going to come out of nowhere.
Almost did, 2016.
I know, but it's gonna have to be a transcendent type of a situation. Yeah. Same thing with the Browns. Like their franchise quarterback is gonna have to come out of nowhere, and that could be Shador Sanders. And I'm not trying to put that on this kid right away. All right,
it's still early. We can acknowledge that.
It's extremely premature. Even if he plays well over these final 6 weeks of the season, it's still premature to put that on his shoulders.
Yeah,
but like I look at it. He says that yesterday, and I'm like, and then he plays the way he did, and I was like, you know what? Maybe this is just out of the blue, middle of nowhere.
I mean, it didn't even cross his mind that he was going to fail yesterday,
Right.
Daryl. And to say those comments and the amount of people that would have replayed that after the fact, and the amount of people that were waiting, licking their lips, trying to get excited about the prospect of watching him not be able to perform and making him eat those words. I'm telling you. There's something different to the way that this guy, I've always seen it. There's something different to the way that this guy goes, and it's infectious. And I think other people do see that. I think the players see that as well. And it starts with comments like these that 99.9% of people wouldn't at 3 a.m. in their wildest dreams even think about making, and he doesn't hesitate to do so.
Yeah. So maybe he's their Tom Brady, right? Maybe. I'm not saying he's going to win.
They both wear 12, Daryl. Are we connecting some dots here?
I'm not saying he's going to win 6 Super Bowls here, but you know what I mean? Like, he's a 5th-round pick. He, at times, was projected to be an early first-rounder. No one wanted to touch him until the Browns traded up with Philadelphia to go get him, and let's be honest about it, it was a why not type of a scenario. And we got all we needed out of this draft. Why not? Let's go get Shedeur. Sure, no problem. You know, if something happens there, great. If it flops, well, whatever. It's a 5th-round pick. Like, it happens. But maybe that he could ultimately end up being the guy. He's got a lot to prove. He's got to do it on the field.
Yep.
But I am convinced that the franchise quarterback for the Cleveland Browns isn't coming in the first round. It ain't coming in the top of the first round. It's coming out of nowhere. I firmly believe that, and maybe, just maybe, it's Shedeur Sanders. We'll see. He's got to show us.
Could be. 216-474-92. I want to play this other clip, and again, this is courtesy of CBS. Now, this one got you a little riled up, or at least thinking about things. Here it is.
I enjoyed it. Coming up here before y'all 6-7 months ago, I couldn't tell you I'll be here. God, the only way I'm able to even get through everything, being able to see my family, that was important, and I'm happy that I was here to be able to witness it. Everybody starts different places, and like I say, just because I didn't get the summer reps, just because I wasn't in the best situation, for me to be prepared to go out there and execute, like from a summer standpoint, that's how life is. Everybody's not in the best situation, but there's no excuse. You got to go out there and perform. Like, there's no choice, there's no question. Nobody cares if this was 1 week of prep. Who cares, you know? So a lot of people want to see me fail, and that ain't going to happen.
Yeah,
what'd you take issue with?
I don't know that everybody wanted to see him fail. Yes, I will acknowledge there are people in the media sphere that would love nothing more than to see this kid fall flat on his face and be a bust. Yes, those people do exist in our business. I'm not one of them. I know you're not one of them.
Yeah.
I know we got a lot of people at this station. We're not among them. There are some that are rooting against him. I will grant him that. But and part of this might be he's building the chip on his shoulder. 5th-round pick, got passed on the draft by everyone at least 5 times, right?
Yeah.
So you got to build that motivation internally that he's got to have to fuel him. But I'm here to say, Shedeur, not everybody wants you to fail. Not everybody's rooting for you to fail. There isn't a single Browns fan right now that's rooting for you to fail. Okay?
No, we had fun. Sunday was fun.
Yes.
Who wouldn't want to do that again? We should want to do that every single Sunday. I'm with you. I think more people than not, especially as we came closer to it, I think more Browns fans than not came closer to that realization of like, oh, this is much better than Dylan Gabriel. This is at least an offense that can do something.
It took one throw.
It really did. The Isaiah Bond throw, it took one throw. And then it felt like everyone was uniting. Now, people are still in the comment sections, and they're still arguing over about just how good of a game that was and using all their, like, if I have to hear success rate one more time, I'm going to lose it. But, like, there are definitely some people that are making some, what I believe to be arguments against Shedeur that aren't operating in good faith.
Statistically, it was a dud of a game, statistically speaking. But from the eyeball test, rousing success.
Yeah.
And the eyeball test is what matters more than the stats. Oh, and yeah, the final score, too.
I told you, I got my scouting hat on. The hat is fake. The scouting is real. And we don't box score jockey when I have the scouting hat on. I decided last week, we don't box score jockey. We don't do any of that. You're looking at me very seriously. None of this is supposed to be taken seriously, by the way.
I'm just imagining
none of it is supposed to be taken seriously.
I rarely have
bit.
seen you wear a hat, and I'm just trying to picture you right now wearing a hat, wearing your scouting hat. You know what?
It's a scouting written right across it.
I think we just figured out what you can get for the upcoming holidays. We can get you a hat that just says Scout on it.
Yeah, but the hat wouldn't be fake then. The scouting is real. The hat is fake. That's the bit, Daryl. But if you want to get me a scouting hat, I will be more than happy to take it. And if you want to just get me a generic hat as well. As turned out from the Cleveland hockey team sending me the Cleveland Barons hat, I will wear any hat that anyone sends me.
Yeah.
Like if you want to know anything, I will wear any hat that anybody sends me. At least once. Maybe not twice.
By the way,
but I will wear any hat with the exception of one that says curse words on it. I will wear any hat.
That was a nice hat they sent you, too.
Yeah, that was nice. I did like that one. 216-474 below 92. What did Nathan Zagura say about what he saw when it came to Shedeur Sanders? Now, this could change the offense moving forward. We'll get to your phone calls as well. Bunch to get into. It's Daryl Ryder, John at the Peterlin. Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
gift, like a Ninja slushie, Beats Solo 4 headphones, a Life and hairdryer, or a $100 Target gift card. Don't miss Target's Black Friday swag bag giveaway. Only on Black Friday, only at Target. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Must be 13 or older. For full details, including odds, see official rules at target.com/events.
The Buckeyes are #1 in the playoff rankings. Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I talked to a bunch of the players today, and they said it felt different. There was some juice, and I think you go back to that throw to Isaiah Bond. The throw to Isaiah Bond, I think, was, if this all goes well, and, let's say Shedeur keeps playing well, and we keep playing well as a team, that throw was very pivotal, because we've all seen the video of Miles on the sideline. When you get his eyes bugging out of his head, that gets people going. That's saying, wait a second, we haven't seen this in a while. Man, if we can have this along with what we're doing defensively, now we've got something. So there is a belief that all of a sudden we can go down the field quickly. We can hit big plays. We can score. We had a 52-yard pass, a 39-yard pass, a 66-yard catch and run pass in this game. I think that's huge. So, there is a different energy.
Browns analyst Nathan Zagura, he joined us last hour at his afternoon drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys. Ohio's Tate of Barstool joining us in about 15 minutes or so. But, Daryl, you love that clip, and I think what that clip kind of showcases to a lot of fans is just how different it all seemed with Shedeur. And these are the type of things that even going back into his Colorado days, in the scouting reports, people would be like, oh, it's just intangibles. That's awful when you're trying to then have a conversation with somebody that does scouting for a living, for instance, or any of those like Dane Brugler types that just focus on the film because they have such a hard time putting that into the proper context. But we saw it with Baker Mayfield. He had a lot of the intangibles, and I think Shedeur has a lot of them as well. You saw it. You noticed it. You pointed it out. On the sidelines, it was a different energy. Yeah,
it really was. And Nathan agreed with me. You heard there in the clip from our interview earlier in the show. But, the Myles Garrett reaction. Mm-hmm. Because knowing and understanding Myles the way I do, and where his deepest frustration with the organization lies, it's that they don't have a franchise quarterback. Mm-hmm. Like, this is not a team that's devoid of talent. And yes, we've gone through the roster of problems that they do have, especially on the offensive side of the ball. But this is not a tear this thing down to the studs, start over, scrap everything type of a roster. Yeah. They're legitimately a franchise quarterback away from, instead of being 3-8, maybe they're 8-3. And that's so unfortunate for them. But just the when I was sitting there yesterday watching the game at home and they cut to Myles on the sideline and I saw his reaction, I was like, there's going to be something here with this. However this thing plays out over the next just his excitement. 2 hours.
Just the idea that he was so juiced up.
Just the excitement.
Oh, and that's why Stefanski today had to come out and say the way that he did. Because if he didn't, I think people like Myles Garrett would be like, what the hell's going on?
Right. I'm just saying, John, that was just one throw. Yeah. And it was because you don't see quarterbacks do that. He's rolling out to his right, looking down the field. He sees Bond, and he just lets it rip. Yeah. You don't see, and it was on target. Now, maybe just a smidge more air under if you want to be super critical so that Bond then can just catch it and waltz into the end zone.
Sounds a little too super critical.
Well, yes. No, I know. And that's why I said what I said. Because I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, like, if you really, like, I
don't want to. I want to just accept that it was a really good throw, and I'm happy about it.
Phenomenal throw. And like we said, the longest pass plays of the season occurred yesterday with Shedeur at quarterback. But
it's just different, Daryl. And you've been at every single game. It's different than when it was with Dylan. It felt like it was The Walking Dead on the sidelines.
Like you saw the difference in the energy. The last home game, I'm like looking at the sideline in the first half, and it's just there's no energy. Then Shedeur comes in the second half. People are buzzing around on the sideline all of a sudden.
Yeah, and you hear Ross, by the way, like during these games being like, and we just saw him go up and talk to this member of the offensive line and then this member of the offensive line. And like he's doing, obviously, the convos with Deshaun, and he's getting everything that way. But in the meanwhile, he's also gassing everybody up and getting everyone where they need to be. And it's just not something we heard with Dylan or even saw with Dylan.
The last Browns quarterback to do that was Jameis Winston. But the problem there is wonderful as he is, and I love watching him have the success with the Giants right now, and all that's all well and good. but he would make too many mistakes on the field and get too careless with the ball. And so
that is part of the problem, right? Like, you have to, if you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk.
Right, and so if you're going to be the energy guy, you've got to back it up with positive plays and wins. And we saw yesterday in Vegas that's what Shedeur did. He backed it up with positive plays, and they won the game. And so now that energy really multiplies going into this week. There's confidence now amongst everyone. Hey, this guy can win. Okay, the stats weren't great. We weren't great on third down. We can improve there. Like, we can pick apart some of the negatives and flip around. But this guy can help us win football games. And I think that knowledge within that locker room not only boosts his cachet, right? Because he's such an energy guy. He always has a smile on his face, is always very positive, right? Now that multiplies within the locker room, and if he can keep going out there and making plays and they can win a couple of games, I'm telling you, Jonathan, something special could happen with this kid. And I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse here, but that's how this happens.
It
happens
question.
organically. You can't force it. It was great that Shedeur went on CBS before the game and said, yeah, I'm the guy you've been looking for. That's all well and good. You got to back it up. And he knows that. And he backed it up yesterday. Now let's see if he can back it up next weekend against the 49ers.
No question about it. All right, for more on this, also, we'll get a little insight into Ohio State and Michigan because he's one of the biggest Ohio State fans we know. Ohio State from Barstool going to join us next right here on The Fan.
Dean Wade also being listed as a game-time decision. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan from the University Hostel Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick. Barstool's Ohio's Tate joins Jonathan and Daryl next on Afternoon Drive.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive as we are celebrating all day long. And if it seems lame that we're celebrating all day long, I don't really care.
It's a celebration. It continues here on The Fan.
What did you call it?
Celebration.
Okay, I didn't know if you said exactly that. I wasn't sure. Yeah, that's what it is.
Hey, I don't hear from you. You've butchered it at least 20 times so far today.
Easily, maybe 25 times. I got it right the only time it really mattered when I popped off the confetti cannon. Outside of that, I don't think I've gotten it right once.
I'm still disappointed you cleaned the studio for Ken Carmen.
I couldn't leave it a mess. There's a part of me I couldn't leave it a mess.
I'm just so disappointed in you.
No, in fact, I really genuinely thought. I told my wife ahead of time. I said I'm not gonna. I'll be home late tonight. I'm gonna be busy cleaning up this confetti.
And you know
that's
what?
Gonna be all over the studio. And then we got it cleaned in an hour. And I'm so happy that we did.
And because I'm all about self accountability, I am disappointed in myself for helping you.
No. That was an okay thing. That was a good friend move to do. That wasn't a bad thing that you helped me clean up the confetti. In fact, it encouraged more confetti cannons in the future. All right, let's go out to the Fan Hotline. You know him, you love him. He's from Barstool, Ohio's Tate, checking in with us here on the Fan. Hello, Ohio's Tate. How you doing, buddy?
Going on, boys? Happy Victory Monday to you.
It's been a long time, man. It feels like it's been forever since we've been able to do that. I didn't even check in. What is your perfect weekend for your father? Is what? Ohio State, Browns, and then Wadsworth?
Yeah, the Wadsworth Grizzlies, which unfortunately this week they ran into Avon, so we didn't get to drink out of the bourbon glass. But Buckeyes and Browns both won, so we'll take that.
Yeah, that's pretty good, all things considered. And I think Wadsworth won basically every game but this week, so I think that's okay if they didn't hold up their end of the bargain for once.
Totally. They went undefeated, and they ran into the defending state champ, so good season for the Grizzlies.
All right, can't hate on that. All right, so let's break it down. Let's get your reactions, your initial reactions on Shedeur and the game that you saw on Sunday.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is out here saying that, he came out and he dazzled and he was, Peyton Manning out there. But you can't deny that, one, he's the first quarterback to have won this game in 17 tries. And two, there was just a different aura around the team of excitement that I didn't seem like we had with Joe Flacco, didn't seem like we had with Dylan Gabriel. And, he's got his flaws. I get that the majority of his stats came from one long pass play, but the Browns won the game, and I'm not sure when the Browns became an organization that's okay, that isn't happy with winning, I guess is my point.
What did you do to celebrate? Jonathan shot off confetti, made a mess of the studio.
I did. We did it all in the studio and everything. It was not. It honestly did. It went better than I thought it was going to. I thought I'd be cleaning up for hours afterwards. It took me like a half hour.
Yeah. No, we celebrate hard because it comes very few and far between. So us Browns fans, we went out for some beers after the live stream, and you got to take them when you can with this team.
Who were you in the live stream with? I missed the live stream.
We did a live stream. Big Cat hosts a live stream in Chicago. Now, shockingly, the Browns Raiders were not the game of the week on the live stream.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah.
So I was watching it, no volume, off to the side, but then we were able to celebrate afterwards.
Yeah, as like Big Cat and PFT probably have like hundreds of thousands of dollars on the game, and you're over there like, hey, I have emotional baggage attached to this.
That's exactly right. And the Bears were in a big game. We have another Steelers guy. So Bears-Steelers was on the main.
Oh, was it Jersey Jerry?
Main TV. Jersey Jerry. And they're all betting on it and everything. And I'm just like, guys, Myles Garrett got another sack.
Well, okay, so you had to give Jersey Jerry. I saw Jersey Jerry tweeting out that I think he's done with the Myles Garrett, TJ Watt discourse.
Yeah, he TJ's his guy, so and I ride with my guys too, so I get why he acts like that, but we all got to be on the same page now that that's not a discussion anymore. I think you guys might have said it earlier. What he's done in the last 4 games would get you an all-pro season if you were in the NFL. He's done it in 4 games.
Well, and so that's kind of the point, is that I feel like Steelers fans have nothing to fall back on now. I feel like for a while they love TJ Watt. They should love TJ Watt, but what he's doing right now it's undeniable.
Yeah, it honestly, to tie it all back to our quarterback, it's a shame and it's sickening that we truly have, at the most important position outside quarterback in the NFL, the defensive line, we have a Super Bowl caliber defensive line. And it's one thing for us not to be a Super Bowl team. We're the farthest thing from it. We're 3-8. We're an embarrassment of a franchise. And for us to have that good of a defensive line, it makes me sick to think that we trotted out 40-year-old Joe Flacco and then we trotted out Dylan Gabriel, who 31 teams knew he wasn't an NFL starter before the draft. We decided to give him a shot at it. So I'm not saying Shedeur Sanders is a Hall of Famer. I'm not saying he's not either. But what I'm saying is to have him in the cupboard and have this aura about him and this playmaking, I don't know, man. How did we not give him a shot until we were 2-8?
Well, because he was a 5th-round pick, and he was the second quarterback drafted.
But Ohio State, I'm with you, though. I'm with you. Like, how did we this is on Stefanski in many ways, right?
I'm not disagreeing with him. I'm just, in politics, that's what it was.
Yeah, it does seem like, and again, I did not come into this being like, we need to get Shedeur Sanders. This guy's the future. What I am saying is, once it was clear that Flacco wasn't taking this team to the playoffs, he's not the quarterback of the future. I think it's painfully obvious that Dylan Gabriel's not the quarterback of the future. So why not trot this guy out there, see if he's legit? If he is, great. If he's not, we now know that we need another quarterback next year. I don't get what the stashing him away when we've already played all our other options. What the point of that?
Well, after the Raiders game, now you're going to have to make Browns 49ers your stream game.
Well, I think that bodes well for Shedeur, not necessarily the 49ers, but we've got a couple winnable games coming up, and I don't know if that's good for him, bad for him, but the Browns with their defense are going to win some of these games, and he might play himself into being QB1 moving forward.
Are you Team Tank? Are you one of those fans that's like, okay, we stink, so we might as well just lose, it doesn't matter, let's get the best draft pick? Or now that Shedeur played well against the Raiders, or are you all aboard the let's win as many of these games down the stretch as you can?
Man, if there was someone that everyone was competing for and just a surefire, Joe Burrow coming out of college, then I would be like, hey guys, I still don't think Shedeur's that good. Maybe we should lose some of these games instead of beating the Titans down the stretch or whatever that may be. But right now, I don't know, man. What's the difference? What are we picking right now in the top 10? What's the difference between picking, 7th and 9th if we go win another game? I think it would get just the morale of the organization a whole lot higher if we can win some of these games.
Well, you know what we're trending towards, Tate? We're trending towards offensive line discussion, and then maybe even Reese, your guy out of Ohio State.
I'll take him. I'll take Reese. Just give me. I love how Mike Tomlin says he goes to Columbus, Ohio. Hey, Stefanski, can we take a note out of the Steelers book for once and just go get one of these 5 Buckeyes that are going to go in the first round?
If the draft were held today, the Browns would have the number 6 overall pick, and the pick from Jacksonville would be 22.
I mean, 6 and 22. What's the difference between 5 and 24 and 6 and 22? I think that if there was a surefire, we're in the number 1 spot, we're going to get our quarterback for the future. Go get it. But right now, dude, you've lost enough. You've lost some of the fan base. Your coach is a little bit on the hot seat. You got to win games.
All right, I got to ask you, because it's Michigan week, obviously, and I feel like you are one of the preeminent people that talk about the Buckeyes online. Ohio State from Barstool joining us here. All right, do you still have a? Do I remember this right or remember this wrong? Is your bet is it like a 200-mile walk or something like that if Michigan ends up winning this year?
Yeah, we just had the pre-production meeting for it the other day, and I think the consensus that everyone came to was Ohio State better win this gosh darn thing.
Is that it?
We were trying to talk cameras and live stream, and so basically what it is if we lose, because I think Sharon Moore was born on third base. They obviously say that Ryan Day was born on third base. So if the Buckeyes lose, I will take third base from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and walk it all the way back to the shoe and deliver it, which sounded funny in August when I made the bet. But it's 214 miles if you avoid busy roads, which I don't know if we lose that game. Maybe I won't want to. But point being, it's going to be freezing cold. That's a marathon a day for 8 straight days carrying third base.
That sounds so brutal.
Forrest Gumping it from Ann Arbor.
It just sounds so awful, man. Listen, I don't know that Ryan Day has learned anything in the 4 years that he's continued to lose, but I mean, I feel like an idiot. Last year, Tate, I was on this radio station being like, they're not going to lose as 21.5 point favorites. It's impossible for them to lose as 21.5 point favorites, and now here we are.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I said it today. I said any Ohio State fan that says they're not nervous is lying through their teeth, because there will never be a time where we were better and they were worse than last year, especially with the scenario of coming off the sign-stealing scandal. We had the opportunity to put that to rest and said, see, we were right. We told you guys, you can't beat us without the sign-stealing. You can't beat us when it's fair and square. And they were coming to Columbus. It wasn't a question of if we were going to win. It's, hey, are we going to go for 2 at the end and really run it up on them? Hey, is Day going to put a 50-piece on them? It was a celebration before the game of we're going to embarrass them today. And they beat us 13-10 with one of the most explosive offenses in college football and one of the historically best defenses. So if you can't walk into this game in Ann Arbor with the weather being like it's supposed to be and not be nervous, you're lying to me.
I'm nervous, and I'll tell you this, a little tired of the you can beat everyone except for Michigan talk. Listen, I enjoyed the national championship run an awful lot. It was historic to blow through all those the top 5 teams to get there and win it all. But, I don't think I could take another loss to Michigan. And I might have to say, if they lose to Michigan, Ryan Day needs to be fired on Sunday.
Man, that was one of my most viral clips. I really screwed myself over by saying that after last year.
You mean it wasn't promising to walk from Ann Arbor back to Columbus with third base?
Well, and then I got the opportunity this summer to play in their golf outing, and I played a hole with Ryan Day, and that was awkward.
Ryan Day does strike me as a real awkward dude. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. I think credit to him, a lot of Ohio State's fan base right now will sit back and tell you, well, we won the national title. The Michigan game doesn't matter. Ryan Day, when I talked to him, he said, no, there's still one thing we have to do. A national title is great, but everyone knows there's still one thing we have to do. And I think he's exactly right. Even if we go back-to-back this year, if we lose this game on Saturday, man, it's going to be even worse. It's going to be the biggest monkey on his back, and it's just going to follow with him for his career. So he needs to go to Ann Arbor and win this game.
No question about it. Tate, always good to check in with you. Glad you got us at least a few minutes there. We've been watching, obviously – everything with Barstool After Dark and everything you're doing over there. We love it. So appreciate you checking in, man.
I appreciate that, boys. Love the show, and let's go Bucks.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate you. Ohio's Tate right there from Barstool. He's seriously, when he does these, he's got a whole list of things for if Ohio State loses any game all throughout the season and what he will or won't do. And the fact that he's going to walk 200 miles.
I legit am concerned about his well-being if he has to walk from Ann Arbor to Columbus.
You know, the annoying part would be the idea that you actually have to carry the base, too. Like, right. It's an understated part of this whole challenge. They better win. That's the point. They better win. It's great content, though, if they lose. Like, that is. I kind of want to see him do it now just for the live stream and everything else. I won't. Obviously, we're rooting for Ohio State. But I also root for content in a certain way, and so it'd be very interesting to see how he pulls it off. How far would you make it if you had to walk 218 miles?
With a base?
Yeah, with a base.
I might be able to get 10 miles out.
Yeah. There was a time I used to think I could walk a marathon. So if you told me I could just walk the marathon instead of actually running the marathon, I think I legitimately could have done. I can't do it now, but I think I legitimately at one point could have been able to do that. You know, time restrictions and everything. I think you have to give you I think they close marathons at 8 hours. I don't know that I would do it in the 8 hours. Is probably why I never decided to just walk in and see if I could. I can't do that anymore.
I've had days, you have the devices now, you track all your steps and all that kind of stuff.
That's what started it.
I have had days where I have walked just over 9 miles in a day. So that's why I picked the number 10. I'm like, well, if I'd done that in a day, I could probably squeeze out
How I first thought about that is I was randomly just walking around Cleveland and I was having phone conversations. I mean, this was 9 years ago, okay? But I remember I was just going through my contacts and calling people, and I'd made it what turned out to be a half marathon, just walking the city of Cleveland and just kind of exploring and seeing things and talking to people. Wasn't winded at all, just kind of going. Yep. And then I looked up and it'd been 4 hours or something stupid of me just walking around. And then I looked down at the app and everything like that, or the tracker on the phone, and you're like, oh, that was like a half marathon. That's where I thought. I was like, I could do a full marathon. I really do think I could, at least at that point. Now I don't know that I got it anymore.
Yeah, well, and also you were walking, not running.
No running involved. Miserable runner. Oh, I'm embarrassing when it comes to running. Awful runner.
My knees can't take it anymore.
I'm not a great runner. There's no endurance.
I tried it a couple of months ago, and I have made better life decisions, is what I will say.
Haven't we all? All right, 216-474-0092. Let's get back into the Shedeur conversation. And something along the lines of the defense as well. Is keeping Jim Schwartz now a priority? Your phone calls as well. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
From Westwood One, the primetime spotlight of Monday Night Football this week falls on the Bay Area when the 7-4 49ers host the 6-5 Panthers. Ryan Fitzpatrick will join me in the booth for the call as both teams look to build on wins from last week. Join us for an NFC showdown between the Carolina Panthers and the San Francisco 49ers on Monday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland is Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys on Afternoon Drive. We'll get your phone calls in a second. 216-474-0092. Obviously, our Twitter reactions brought to you by our good friends over there at Scheib & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl also today brought to you by our good friends over there at Scheib & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. But I did want to ask you, Daryl, because it's kind of one of those topics we just haven't gotten to throughout the day that I felt like in certain pockets of the internet and even parts of the radio, it has been a third rail of sorts to touch. I'm very confused by the entire conversation, if I'm being truthful. I think it's kind of silly, if we're being honest about it. But it's 6:20. We haven't had it yet.
So and I'm all about touching the third rail.
Well, we got to at least have it. I feel like if we did the show and didn't do it at least once, that might be wrong. But I will remain on this. I'm very confused as to why this is the story that anyone's hanging on to. As we know, obviously, Shedeur, I thought, looked really about as good as you could have asked in that game against the Raiders. Like, I'm very pleased at the outcome of that. I'm very pleased at how vertical the passing game was. Like, the win should be Shedeur played nice. The team dominated the Raiders. You got to win. And now you have some hope for the rest of the season. Instead, we're doing a lot of conversations about whether or not Stefanski should be taking criticism for how he handled a post-game speech. And so for those that didn't see it, the Browns put this out there late last night. And listen, is some of this forced? Yes. Is Stefanski bad at doing these post-game speeches?
Yes.
He's awful at it. Like, get him away from whoever's filming these things. Browns, I get it. You're getting content out of it. It's doing numbers, but it's not doing numbers for reasons that you want. You need to stop it. You need to be done.
He is awful at post-game speeches. That's why I always make the joke. Like, when they post clips of him, even like when Hard Knocks did the meeting stuff, right? And he's up there. I'm like, I'm sorry, but if I'm sitting in this meeting, I am not ready to like run through a brick wall for this dude. He's very
just not it.
He's a great guy, but like he does not.
He's not a motivator.
Yeah, not a motivator at all.
He's not Tony Robbins. That's just not his deal, and that's fine. I think
that's Jim Schwartz's job on the team is to be the motivator.
Well, meanwhile, when he was trying to give Jim Schwartz a game ball a few weeks back, Jim Schwartz was busy in the corner benching 300 pounds. So like I don't know about that right now either. But the point is that Stefanski. I'll play the clip for you guys. You hear the awkwardness, and you hear how this goes down. Here we go.
How about that road win? Offense wasn't perfect. How about that big play by Sam at the end? IB, huge play. Q, huge play. Harold making a big play. And then another rookie making his first start. Nice job, Shedeur. Well done. I got one ball in my hand. Okay, I got a guy, 3 sacks, which gives him 18 on the season through 11 games, which breaks his own Browns record. Myles Garrett. Come on, man. So I'll see you guys in tomorrow. Hey, I'll see you Wednesday!
All right, way too loud. I'm apologize for the loud cheers. My goodness. But all right, the point is...
Hey, listen, if I was told I got a day off, I'd be cheering too.
They got really happy, and you haven't earned a day off. You're a 3-win football team. Maybe get to work on Monday. That's why I liked when Nathan was on. Nathan's like, I talked to a lot of the Browns players today. A lot of them were in the building. Like, it's good. I need to hear that. Yes, I need to hear that. Sorry, you're a 3-win football team. You work on Mondays until you're not a 3-win football team, okay? Oh, I hated that ending. Absolutely hated that ending. Didn't love that at all. I get it. A lot of times after wins, they give these guys the Monday off. You're not a good enough football team to be taking days off. Get your ass to work.
I have covered many a terrible Browns team, and nothing got players fired up more than Victory Monday. Because they were so few and far between, they would love themselves some Victory Monday. You'd think that they loved it so much, they would win more. So they would have more Victory Mondays.
Guess what? This isn't a charity. This is work. Get to work. You know what I mean? Like, I hated that ending. Did not like that at all. But this isn't the hill I'm going to die on, okay?
But hey,
I'm not going to die on that hill.
A lot of guys showed up to work today and they didn't have to.
Maybe the day off, because it's knowing they get a Tuesday off as well.
Yes.
So it's not like there's part of me that's like, all right, you get
it's
Monday.
a holiday week.
I know. So they're going to eat all this turkey and nonsense on Thursday, and they're going to do the holiday. You're a 3-win football team. Shador's trying to lock it in. Let's lock it in. I know Shador's going to do his part. I'm worried about the other guys now. I need to have everyone locked in for this 49ers game, because I'm playing with the understanding that if Shador doesn't look good on Sunday, then they might as easily just go right back to somebody else, and I don't want that for Shador.
You're concerned about the turkey, gravy, and mashed potato hangover here?
We're not concerned.
Oh,
not concerned.
Eat all the pumpkin pie you want.
If I was the coach, you're working on Monday.
Little whipped cream on top of it, a cranberry sauce on the side. You go for it.
Daddy's got to go to work.
You've earned it.
You're a
it.
3-win football team. Maybe the pumpkin pie is for winners, okay? Maybe the gravy, maybe that's for people that win 7 games at this point of the season. Maybe not at 3 wins. I'll feed you dog food on Thanksgiving, okay?
This is how you're going to raise your daughters,
you
right?
can bark. You can do the dog pound barking. You can bark for your food.
You're going to be like, no, the gravy's for winners, dear. No, that's the winners.
My kid's almost 3 years old. She knows that sprinkles are for champions, okay? She wants sprinkles on her ice cream. Sprinkles are that's for when you win, honey.
You're going to be one of those dads.
I don't say honey with her at all. No, I give her anything she wants. I'm a softie.
I was going to say, I find that really hard to believe.
I'm a big-time softie with her. Yeah, I am. I'm basically like her maid at home, okay? You want to know who's running the show there? I joke all the time. I'm basically a Sims character in my house, okay?
Is there anything else I can do or get for you?
The orders are coming. I'm seeing the orders through. There's not much of a difference between me and the maid from the Jetsons, okay? That's in my household. That's how that works.
Right.
But here's the thing. My daughter's not on a 3-win football team right now. She needs give me a little bit more than a Monday and Tuesday off as you're getting ready for the 49ers. Neither here nor there. Now I just did a big impassioned speech to be like, I don't care about the game ball. I really don't care about the game ball. I thought it was a weird look. I think the conversation around it is even weirder. Who cares if Shador got a game ball or not?
Who's to say Shador didn't get a game ball today?
Oh, can they retroactively hand out game balls? I'm sure they can.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they only had one game ball in the locker room.
I know, but it's still something about in the moment.
Although there have been videos where he does go through it. Hey, Joel Bitonio gets a game ball.
I've seen him hand out like 6 before.
And Denzel gets
the Miami game, he gave everyone on the defense a game ball. That's not hyperbole. He legitimately handed out like 5 different game balls and then said,
Jim Schwartz video.
And said everybody gets a game ball. He hands them out like it's Oprah handing out cars in the early 2000s. It's like, you get a ball, you get a ball, you get a ball.
Shador only did throw for 209 yards, and he was 11 of 20.
Whoa! Are we diminishing the game now?
No, I'm not.
Are we going to diminish the Shador game?
It's not like he.
You took me 4.5 hours.
Mahomes.
And all of a sudden, we're going to diminish that dominating Browns win?
I'm just maybe explaining why Shador didn't get a game ball.
It was good enough to get a game ball.
You know what?
I don't even care about the game ball. It was good enough for the game ball.
That's what he's doing. Play well this week, Shador, against the 49ers, and you get a game ball. You don't get one this week, but you play well next week, you get a game ball.
Yeah, dangle it like it's a carrot?
Yeah, you just told your daughter, sprinkles for champions.
I really don't know why they're not working today. I really don't. I like that Nathan said that some people were.
Yeah.
Because I don't know why they're not working. All right, 216-474-0092. All right, so we took a game ball conversation into a why are they not working on a Monday because you're a 3-win football team and you need to be better than that.
And you're upset they didn't give away enough game balls.
Resting on their laurels as if they're a team that's really going for draft position and not necessarily trying to win games. I don't know. You tell me what's happening here, Daryl. You tell me what's happening. Thomas and Shaker up next. What's up, Thomas?
Hey, Daryl. Hey, JP. Yo, oh my God, I'm so emotionally excited right now about the prospects of this team. But I'm going to contain myself. I just want to I got a question to ask y'all and a statement. I'll do it in 30 seconds. Okay?
Yeah.
My question is, if Andrew Berry drafted the quarterback of the future, the running back of the future, the tight end of the future, the offensive lineman of the future, a defensive Rodman to go with Myles Garrett and have the best draft ever in Cleveland Browns history, how can we fire that man? Before you answer that question, I was going to make this statement. Shador Sanders is our absolute 100% future quarterback of the future. I am so hyped. If you're not listening to this, how can you not be hyped? Right now, the Pittsburgh Steelers got a 42-year-old quarterback with a broken hand, and we get to enjoy Shador Sanders with 2 first-round picks to draft around him and build around his team. We are back, baby. Super Bowl, Super Browns. I'm sorry, I'm emotional. Thank you.
That's not our Thomas. That's not our bit. Super Bowl Super Browns is not our bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're on the wrong show. Thomas, you're on the wrong show.
I'm sorry. I had to do it. I'm sorry.
Thomas, we're a confetti cannon show around here. We're not a Super Bowl Super Browns show.
Okay. Bring on the confetti. It's not as catchy. I'm sorry. You got to get something catchy, man. Catchy like that. Catchy like Shador said his past. It's like butter on pancakes, man.
Hey, I was in the studio. I can confirm the confetti was very catchable.
In fact, that's what Jake said in between last break. He's like, the funniest part of the video for himself was Daryl picking up the confetti and then tossing it in my direction.
Daryl caught more confetti than Jared Judy.
Oh, stop yourself. Stop yourself. Thomas, stop it. You'll see yourself out. Have some Sanka. All right, 216-474-9992. Rel up next. Hello, Rel.
Hey, good evening, fellas. Good evening, JP. Daryl.
Good evening.
Listen, man. Browns, as Browns fans, we should be crossing our fingers, our toes. We should be hoping and praying that this kid is exactly who he says he is, for all the reasons above, right? And finding that guy at the most important position in this sport, great, right? Especially in this town, we are in desperate need of it. But next year, going into that draft, if this kid is who he says he is, going into next year's draft, bro, we're like kids in a candy store. And one of the things Daryl said earlier that was true, this team ain't that far away. This roster is not that bad. Defensively, they're top 5, top 3. They're solidified at running back, right? You do something about that offensive line. You get an elite a player on the outside to help. And if this guy is who he says he is, man, I'm hoping and praying as a Browns. I don't care about the name on the back of the jersey. I wish people would stop hating on this man for being confident. Why? He's done nothing but just be confident and believe in himself. What are you telling the world? That if you believe in yourself, you can get hated on? The man has done nothing. So let's hope and pray that he is who he says he is and can get us where we need to be as Browns fans. Thanks for the call, brother.
Thank you, Ralph. I appreciate you, man. He's right. In fact, I just saw one of those memes that was like it was the photo of J.J. McCarthy where he was almost like mean mugging, and he gave that big impassioned speech himself, and next to it says confidence, but then it's just a photo of Shador giving his speech, and then it says arrogance, and it's like, yeah, like that's I don't know why it works this way, but sometimes it does. It works this way where it feels like some players get the benefit of the doubt and other players don't, and I strongly dislike the idea that Shador, when he does these things, it's labeled arrogance. When he does these things, it's labeled as being something that isn't great. I don't see it that way. We talked about this at 520. There's a lot of what I liked about Shador in the pregame, what I liked about what he did during the game, and a lot of what I liked that he did in the postgame as well. I like how he carries himself. I like the demeanor that he has. I think you do have to act a little bit different if you want different results, and Shador does that.
And the ads are everywhere now. I don't know if you saw that yesterday.
What ads is that?
I'm not going to give out any free advertising, but there are Shador Sanders ads out there.
There's Shador ads? No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, there's 2 of them.
What are they for? Are they for
one is a sports beverage and the other is a shoe and apparel company?
Well, yeah, I mean, there should be. Arch Manning has 12 ads every single college football commercial break. He hasn't accomplished a thing. Like, this is how this works in today's day and age. Yeah, but this is the new, which we'll get into next segment. It's the new world that we live in. All right, good tease. In case we missed it, when we come on back, it's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
323-8922.
Scattered rain showers overnight tonight, low of 48.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back out of here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys. Had a lot of fun today. We're putting a bow on this one before we get you off to the preview show. As always, a shortened week. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back Wednesday. I don't know about Nick. Nick might be back tomorrow, might not be back tomorrow. He was dealing with some, he was under the weather a little bit, so we'll see what's going on there. And obviously, you know, we'll take this thing right up until Thanksgiving. A short week. I can't believe it's going to be a short week already, Daryl.
Well, short week for you.
Yes, for me.
Yeah.
Sorry if I made that all about myself for a second.
You kind of did.
You have a long week ahead of yourself?
Some of us are working.
You're not on Thursday. You told me you're off on Thursday.
Not on Thursday.
Yeah.
But, you know, we'll be working the other days of the week.
Oh, man.
There's some other folks that are, you know, taking advantage of the time off, and good for them.
Well, now don't I feel like a jerk.
But it is mid-football season.
As Markoch slaves away on Friday, I'm sure he's going to be here, I would imagine. We do have programming a lot of the day on Friday, by the way. I know a couple people that are in. I know Mac Robinson is in on Friday, I think. He's got a show coming up there. What do you got on this, Markoch?
I will be at home in Michigan. I am leaving Wednesday. I'm out.
I don't know that I love this out of you, by the way, because my response back was going to be the amount of holidays that I worked as I was an up and comer in this business. I really, just until like 2 years ago, I was working every holiday ever, and like every holiday ever. Markoch.
I will be here for the rest of the year. It's just this one.
These are the days. But I don't want to.
You kids today, you don't know how good you have it.
Well, I mean, do you want to be a host one day, Markoch, or no?
Sure.
Well, maybe Friday could have been your first crack at it. Instead, you'll be having turkey.
Yeah.
But I don't want to bully you into this. It's your life. You make your own decisions that you want to make. But as your radio Sherpa in this whole entire thing, I got to tell you, they're putting Mac Robinson on the air on Friday. Like, I mean, it was open season.
You said that.
They basically had like a sign up being like, "Who wants to do it? Raise your hand if you want to do it, and we'll give you a chance." And Mac raised his hand, so he's taking advantage of the opportunity. Hey, closed mouths don't get fed. Markoch.
Well, his mouth is going to be open and getting fed, just not with airtime. It'll be with turkey.
That's all right. Hey, we all make life decisions. That's okay. That's all right. You got to live with this one, but I'm sure you'll manage. All right, let's get to In Case We Missed It, as we always do at this time. All right, Daryl, lead us off here. What do you got?
Big story today. The Ohio High School Athletic Association approved NIL for high school sports. 447 schools voted in favor, 121 against, 247 abstained, but Ohio becomes the 45th state to approve NIL for high school sports.
Wait, we're the 45th to approve?
Yeah. Have we lost our collective minds?
Wait, why was this like an ESPN breaking news and everything for if we're like basically one of the last ones to have NIL for high school kids?
Well, we're also we were like the last dog at the bowl for gambling too. Remember that?
There are some states that are just never going to have that, right? Like Texas, for instance, is never going to have approved legalized gambling. But like we're 45th. When I got the notification earlier today, I had thought we were like the first.
Well, that was a pretty big deal. There was obviously a lawsuit
I don't hate
involved.
it, by the way. I don't hate it. I'll give these kids as much money as they want to get. I got no problem with that. The only thing I always have an issue with is, and this goes into my college line of thinking, if you're going to pay these guys in college as if they're basically professionals, I'm all right with that. I just don't know that you have to do the other mandatory parts of it. So, like, I've maintained for a couple years from now, let's put the charade aside for a second. If you go to school for football, you do football. You have the option to get your degree, but you shouldn't have to. You should treat it like you're an employee of the school, and you go off and you do whatever you need to do, with that being the state of mind. I don't feel that way for high school kids, though. You're going to get on NIL money in high school, you still have to go to class.
Yeah, 100%. Look, I have said for years that the college game has gotten it wrong. You should be, if you're a basketball recruit, you're going for basketball, fine. You play basketball, and then you take financial literacy classes, you take sports management classes, you do other things associated with why you're there.
I don't even want to do that.
It's okay to be there for football or basketball, and that's fine.
I think every student should have the option to take the value worth of what the scholarship is in financial gain and just call it a day. You're an independent contractor. You work on the football side of things the same way the janitor gets hired to go ahead and sweep the floors.
So
that's how I see it at this point.
But where we're at now in sports is you're hiring your team for your school,
and that's what we're doing. I'm just ripping off the charade of it all.
Yeah, I don't know. I hate to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy. I think we're getting to a point where money is corrupting everything when it comes to sport.
Yeah.
And even all the way down to the youth sports and the peewee sports. It's ruining it. It's taking the joy out of the game. And also, it's ruining the athletes because now NIL, they're specializing. And the worst thing you can do, I've had many a coach, pro, amateur, college, tell me the worst thing you can do as a young athlete is specialize.
Oh, yeah. Albert Breer's big on that, too, by the way. He thinks that's awful. I just don't love the idea of, local car dealership is sponsoring the left tackle for $1,000. There's something about that. Or, even seeing, a local wide receiver in a commercial for one of the restaurants just doesn't feel right to me. I just don't know that I love that.
But the story behind this, Jameer Brown, he's the number 2 prospect in the class of 27. He filed the lawsuit to be allowed to take advantage of NIL, and that is this vote was ultimately the response to that lawsuit.
All right, well, if 44 other states already had it and we're for number 45, then we're probably behind the curve as is. But it'll be interesting to see the reaction to this and then also what happens with the college game for years to come. Are high school kids going to have agents now?
I mean, that, and this is the concern, too, is the amount of abuse that potentially could happen, right? And taking advantage of kids who don't know any better. And that's why I'm such an advocate of, okay, you go to college, play football, fine. You're going to learn about agents. You're going to learn about investments. You're going to learn how to balance a checkbook. You're going to learn financial literacy so that you are armed with the knowledge to where it's not as easy to take advantage of you. Because unfortunately we do, not everybody's honest in this world, and especially in the sports sphere when you're talking about tens of thousands, and then, as you go up the ranks, millions and tens of millions of dollars, people get it taken advantage of. Baker Mayfield, remember what happened there.
All right, thank you to Michael Markoch, Jax Gregory. Thank you to Jake Murrin on the board. Yes! Jake wasn't on the board, but I didn't say it for Jax or Michael, so I had to say it there. Thank you to you, Daryl. Appreciate you hanging out with me.
May or may not be back tomorrow.
We don't know. We don't know. I'll be back tomorrow. We do know that. So I'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 2 right here. Enjoy the rest of your evening. It's the Browns preview show. It comes your way next right here, The Fan.
Keep it spicy, baby.